Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everybody watching today. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to Jake. How you doing, bro?
Walaikum assalam. How's it going, bro?
Alhamdulillah, good man, good. Inshallah, we should have Abdulrahman and Yusuf along shortly. Apologies to the audience for coming in a bit late. Slight confusion. Brothers always trying to get their kids to go to sleep time and stuff like that. So just how it is. But yeah, inshallah, today we're going to be discussing about the recent discussion that Brother Jake and Abdulrahman had with Alex Malpass. Now, as many of you would know, Alex Malpass is a prominent atheist. He's world renowned, isn't he, Jake? He's not like it's not like your Aaron Ross, is he?
No, that's right. Yeah, no, he's an academic. I don't think he's a professor anymore, but he used to be, and he still publishes in academic journals. So yes, that's right.
Yeah. So he's and one of his areas of interest is looking at the various arguments for theism. So this is his particulars, what he sees as his speciality. So when he came on Tap Show last week, it was last week, wasn't it? Now, yeah, last week. He's coming on with a lot of credibility.
It all feels longer.
Does it feel? It does
like,
feel long, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks
yeah, it
ages
feels
ago.
like 2 weeks. Yeah.
17th of November. So yeah, I think it was last week, wasn't it? Week and a half ago. Because
Okay,
Thursday, wasn't it?
It was
Yeah.
a Wednesday. Yeah. So a week and
Wednesday,
a half.
yeah. So alhamdulillah, he came on, and we wanted to, bring out some sort of discussions with him. One thing that I wanted to maybe raise is because obviously today what we're going to do is try to break down the discussion for the audience, because there was a lot of discussions, a lot of points that it wasn't really there to be sort of explained for the lay audience. It was more, here's the discussion we're having with somebody like Alex Malpass. There's going to be certain assumptions in terms of the understandings of the arguments that have sort of been already assumed and understood from each party. And so, there may have been some technical issues and discussions that we thought we were trying to break them down, maybe add some thoughts as well in terms of the discussion in regards to that. So just as a general quick question, Jake, how did you find the discussion? Because it was just you and Abdulrahman. How come we weren't invited, me and Yusuf?
Well, I mean, you guys were invited, but we thought it would be better if we had less people on. So we opted to have only 2 people on. And unfortunately, you guys didn't make the cut. No, I'm kidding. We just picked 2 people, and we went ahead with it. That was all.
Yeah, I think, because people were saying, how come the other brothers weren't on? And I think we discussed this, and basically, because it was going to be, a long, prominent discussion, that, we thought if there's all 4 of us on there, it's just going to, we're all going to try to jump in with our own lines of discussions and reasoning. We thought let a couple of the brothers to go on, and primarily let Abdulrahman sort of lead the discussion. Now, obviously, we didn't make this into a debate, did we, Jake? This wasn't a debate with Alex Malpass. Maybe in the previous types of discussions we've had with other atheists on here, it's been more of a debate type discussion. Even though it's a discussion, it's not like a formal debate, but it's more. This wasn't really that type of thing, was it not?
No, it wasn't supposed to be a debate or anything like that. It was supposed to be a discussion, and obviously we disagreed at several points throughout the discussion, but it wasn't intended to be a debate. And I think it was a nice discussion and conversation, and I think that the objective was achieved. So yeah, obviously we'll talk more about the details of what happened in the discussion and what both parties said about different topics, but I thought that it went well. But yeah, it was not meant to be a debate.
Yeah. I think the issue is that we wanted to bring these types of discussions to our audience, and we know most of the people that watch our stuff are Muslims, so we want them to be aware of atheist arguments, and maybe give a bit of pushback in terms of our perspective, so that people can sort of understand and assess for it themselves. And in fact, also for atheists as well who are watching, we want them to understand what the arguments are, because many times we have these types of discussions with people and they come out with various sort of, not really great argumentation. So we thought we'd do that. So obviously we're still waiting for Yusuf and Abdulrahman. Inshallah, they should be coming. Should be coming on soon, inshallah. But I want to go into the first. So what we're not going to do, we're not necessarily. I don't know, Jake, if you want to play some parts of the video, or if we just go through some of the topic areas. Because the first question that I was going to sort of, what we wanted to really discuss was really his response. I don't think there's no, because it's a 3.5 hour discussion and we don't really want to go over all of it. And even taking out snippets is quite hard because there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of discussion that needs to be understood, background information. We thought it better just to explain some of the key points and maybe from our perspective, how we saw the particular discussion, and maybe bring that out to the audience as well. So anyway, if Jay, if you want to bring out any particular timestamps, that's not a problem. Inshallah, we can always play it, but we'll try. But the first one that I was going to ask was in terms of what was his response, because you asked the first question about can a theist be rationally justified in their position? Yeah. So that was his sort of first question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just in case people didn't check it out yet, we did clip out 2 sections of the full discussion that we had with Alex Malpass. One of them was on this specific question. So if you want to see exactly what he said, it should be the second to last video, right? Because the last one was when I kind of had a discussion with him. But the video before that, you can see his full response. It's only about 3-4 minutes long, whatever it is. But anyway, yeah. So I started off by asking him whether or not you could be rationally justified as a theist. And he said yes, which I wasn't too surprised about, to be honest. And he wound up explaining that, there are theists that he knows personally, one of which he mentioned, Josh Rasmussen, in which he respects. And although they disagree on things, he doesn't think that he's irrational or like he's got some cognitive defect or anything like that. So, he went on to give examples of like crazy things that, that just seems a bit weird to say that would be a rational person. But he said that, there can be reasonable disagreement and that a theist can be justified and rational in their position. And I thought that was quite a good response. And of course, we welcome it, but that's part of the objective of our streams and our channel is to provide a rational justification for theism, for Islam, and more particularly. And that's what we're interested in, to have an atheist philosopher say that. I thought was quite
and
good.
It's not the first time, is it? It's Graham Oppy also made the same point. I think was it with yourself? You had like a 20-minute discussion with him as well, or was it before that?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because that's a while ago.
But he did make the point. He did make the point. I remember it was very clear. He made the point about there being rational reasons for belief in God. It's not like, what a lot of atheists try to present, especially these new age atheists, they try to present this argument, which is, theists are just crazy people believing in this sky daddy, but yet the top, and Dr. Graham Oppy or Professor Graham Oppy and Alex Malpass, they're not like, they are people who, really try to go into these arguments in detail. And so the very top atheists are saying that, you can be rational. Now, somebody in the comment section, not in our comment section in this live one, but previously, they said, yeah, but he's trying to say you can rationalize anything. So was he trying to argue that you could literally rationalize anything?
No, he wasn't, because in fact, what he wound up doing was he gave like an extreme example of, well, yeah, you could say that this is rational, and then he talked about theists and said, well, it's obviously not similar to that. So he actually used that example to contrast with a theist belief in God and said, no, it's not the same as that. I don't hold that position myself, but it's somewhere in between, in that it's rational. It's not complete nonsense for somebody to hold that position, but I myself don't hold it. So, in fact, his example was meant to contrast and say that, no, it's not free reign on rationality, that people can say that, anything they want and it'd be rational. No, it's quite the opposite. But
Yeah.
there was somebody here in the comments. I just wanted to address this real quick. Sidebar. Do you guys know what happened with Khalilullah Justin? Didn't see him posting in a while. Yeah, he's okay. He's just going through some personal stuff, so he hasn't really had the time to make videos or anything like that. But alhamdulillah, he's okay. So I just wanted to be to
Yeah,
answer that, because people might be wondering.
we chat to Khalil daily, so yeah, alhamdulillah.
Yeah. He's still around. He's still Muslim. Alhamdulillah. There's nothing issue like that. So yeah, he's just caught up at the moment to where he can't produce the YouTube content. So, but inshallah, maybe I've been talking to him. Maybe in the next couple weeks he'll get back at it. But we got a super chat here from Muhammad. Okay, my fave YouTubers are back.
Alhamdulillah.
Barakallah fikum. Wa fiq barak. Yeah, thank you. Alhamdulillah. So we appreciate that. I guess he just wanted to show some support, which is good. Alhamdulillah. So yeah, it was getting back to the point. It was quite interesting that he said that, and he actually used that as an example to contrast that. No, it's, even though I don't agree, it's not complete nonsense.
Yeah,
So,
I think
yeah.
he used the example of hamburgers eating people. He said, yeah, you could
Yeah.
rationalize that, but theism is not on that. Obviously he's saying theism is different and it's not like that. And then he mentioned certain prominent theists. Obviously, he mentioned Josh Rasmussen, who actually, I think he watched our video. Actually, he watched the discussion with Alex Malpass. He mentioned who else did he mention? Gödel's. Leibniz. So he said, look, these are prominent theists. These are not stupid people. So, if people of that level, whom he considered more intelligent and rational than himself, can come to the conclusion that belief in a creator is rational, then who is he to turn around and try to say that it's, some sort of irrational sky daddy type idea? And that's obviously what the New Age atheists try to present and promote. Regards this. So let me go to the next discussion, because that was the first part of the discussion. It was only a couple of minutes. The next one, and I thought it was a really interesting point. Yeah. And this was, let me just try and get the timestamp where he talked about this. So it was around about the 15-minute, 45 seconds. He basically sort of suggested that theists are under a greater burden of proof, Jake. Remember him talking about that?
Yeah.
So they have a greater burden of proof, theists, people who believe in God, than atheists, because theists are proletizing, the evangelizing belief in God, whereas atheists are not.
Yeah. That's the claim he made. Obviously, I think we disagree with that, and I think it was maybe been both of us, but I think I'm pretty sure Abdulrahman made the point as well that no, because there are atheists who also try to convey their ideas and get people to believe in them and accept them. The same sort of idea like you find with Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and these new age atheist characters. They've been doing this for plenty of years. We see that there's a clear agenda on their part, and they're trying to promote atheism to the public and secularism. And So I thought that was a little bit off in his comment. It was too broad and general, sweeping statement. But yeah, I don't think that that's the case at all. If in a discussion both people are making claims, and I think he actually did go on to say this. Well, as soon as I start making a claim, now I have some burden of proof and I have to justify it. And that's what happens. If you watch the discussion, he makes some certain claims. We ask to justify it. What are your reasons for that? And likewise, the theist does the same thing. There seems to be an equal burden of proof as far as that goes, because both people are claiming that a position is correct, or at least more correct than the opposite position. And so there's an equal burden of proof in that respect, that both parties have to attempt to justify and give a coherent picture of their worldview and their positions on the subject matter that's being discussed. So, yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah,
that.
no, definitely. When I heard that, I was really like, I thought it's a really strange thing to argue, because irrespective of who's evangelizing the proposition, the both of them are still have to justify to themselves why they hold a particular proposition, whether that's theist or whether that's atheist. And I think what you want to do as a human being, whether you're going to go out there and do dawah or not, what you want to do as a human being is you want to be able to be in a position where you can justify the beliefs that you hold, and that you have good, strong, rational, consistent methodology in coming to the beliefs that you hold. So if I now disagree with a Christian and a Christian's trying to say he's convincing me, I'm not going to turn around and say, well, you're under the greater burden of proof because you're trying to convince me. Rather, I'm going to assess his arguments in line with my arguments, and then see which one I think is more consistent, has greater explanatory power, results in less metaphysical commitments, all of these types of things, and then make my decision. So to be quite frank, it's irrelevant whether somebody's evangelizing or not evangelizing.
I'm
As a,
sorry,
as
did
a
you
first
just
part
say
of
that
it.
it was irrelevant?
Yeah, I think it's all right with the pen.
I thought you were hearkening back to a point, and I thought we got past that, Sharif, but it's coming up again.
Yeah, but yeah, I just thought it was a really odd thing, and I think that mentality, that methodology that Alex holds, I think it sort of it sets up the rest of his approach towards theism. Yeah. And just on the final point, which regards to this point about atheism doesn't evangelize, well, you've got the Uyghur Muslims in China, and you have the communist Chinese regime, which is evangelizing in part atheism. Yeah, they actually are trying to push materialism and atheism as a way to critique Islam, and
Yeah, I
get
think
them to leave
Abdulrahman
Islam.
actually brought that up too. Yeah, because
Yeah,
he said, it depends on where you are. I mean, go and ask some of the Chinese Muslims whether they think that's happening. I mean, it's quite clear that it
yeah.
is.
It's
So
just
yeah,
it's just a really odd thing. Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and even to a certain extent, Alex Malpass. He likes to go and he likes to debate William Lane Craig, Rasmussen. I think he's debated Robert Kuhn as well, hasn't he? James Anderson. So he's debated and discussed with lots of different theists, sorry, regards to it. And in fact, he was the one that contacted us. We didn't contact Alex, did we, Jake? He contacted us
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
to come on our show, because I think he wanted to evangelize. He wanted to, critique our arguments and ideas. That's what he wanted to do. So, So I think it's a bit odd that he holds that particular thing. So I want to go on to this third point then, which is that it seems to me that, and Alex mentioned this point, I think, throughout his discussion, that his position really is to undermine any and all arguments that theists make for God, irrespective of whether he believes those arguments hold true or not. Is that pretty much his way of approaching these discussions?
Well, I think that came across in the discussion where, for those who haven't watched it yet, or maybe they watched it but didn't notice, although I don't know how you couldn't notice, I definitely talked significantly less than Abdurrahman and Alex. And that was fine. I don't care. So Abdulrahman and Alex were going back and forth talking for a large part of the time, and I at one point came in later when we were discussing PSR and contingency and all this kind of stuff, and I started to notice exactly what Sharif said. I said to myself, "Well, hold on, that seems to be conflicting with something you said before." So wait, let's get clear on this. Are you just representing an objection to the argument that you don't actually hold, or do you actually think that that's a good objection and you hold the position specifically on Hume's objection to the argument, for example? And what we wound up seeing in a roundabout way is no, he didn't. He wasn't actually taking that position. He was, he at several points in the discussion, not only about this, said, "Oh, well, I'm just playing the game. I'm just playing the game, or I'm just doing this. I'm just using an argument to try to undermine what is being said, to basically show that what you're saying doesn't necessarily follow." Or these kind of statements is what he was making. So we're not like casting any intent against him. He actually said several of these things in the discussion where he literally said, "Well, I'm just playing the game," so to speak, and not in a necessarily malicious way. People can draw their own conclusions about that. That's up to others. But he was certainly taking positions or raising objections that he himself doesn't necessarily hold in an attempt to undermine the argument. And one thing is maybe thinking that we didn't know how to respond to it, you see, because even if it's not a good objection and there is a response, if the people in the conversation don't know a good response to the objection, it could come across as if the other person is quote unquote winning the discussion or has the upper hand or that sort of thing. Because the way I talk about it is a lot of these conversations are like a chess game. And you could know how to play chess, you could know a few basic moves, but if there's a move or a strategy that you don't know and the person pulls it off and you didn't see it coming, now all of a sudden you don't know how to respond. It's the same thing with these philosophical discussions. There's plenty of stuff there in the literature, but if you haven't read about it, you're not up on the material, somebody could say something, even if they're not correct, that catches you off guard and you don't know how to respond. And therefore, even if they themselves don't hold the position and are just saying it as an objection, if you don't give a coherent or sufficient response, it'll come across as if they have the upper hand in the discussion. So I think there was a little bit of that going on. I don't know if Alex had specifically in his mind, oh, these guys aren't going to know how to respond. But I do think that at times he was taking objections that he necessarily doesn't hold to see what our response is going to be. And eventually it came to a point where I said, okay, let's, kind of stop playing the game, because he admitted, okay, we're playing a game. Let's stop playing the game. What actually is your position, and let's analyze it. Let's see whether it stands up scrutiny or not. And then obviously we went back and forth from there.
Yeah, I think I struggle with that particular approach. I don't think it's I wasn't there in the discussion, obviously, but looking from the audience perspective and seeing what was going on, I don't see that as a sincere approach towards trying to come to a conclusion. Sincere in the context of, here's my set of axioms, here's my, methodology, epistemology, and based upon that, let's analyze what you are presenting to the table and see whether I myself, with the axioms that I hold, I should be adopting your position or not. Yeah. And maybe he might want to rethink, as a person, you might want to rethink your particular presuppositions or axioms, or, your particular epistemic approach. You may want to do these types of things if you're thinking to yourself, maybe I've missed something. Maybe there's a problem with my particular methodology because I'm resulting in this conclusion which I thought was incorrect. So, I don't have a problem with a person doing that, but I do think that it's problematic when a person doesn't, will argue a point even if he doesn't believe in the point. Yeah, I just find that really odd approach.
I
to
actually,
take it.
I don't want to cut you off, Sharif, but I actually
Go
just
on.
dealt with that on Clubhouse just a couple hours ago. There was a room opened up about some specific verse in the Bible, and we had a guy from Israel, so he's ethnically Jewish, but he actually doesn't even believe in God, which he didn't say that at the beginning of the conversation, and was coming to defend the Trinity of all things, which he doesn't even he himself believe. And I said to him at a certain point, I said, which I was explaining to him, and with all due respect to the guy, I don't think he really even understood the point that he was defending. Because then I asked him, have you read any article or book on this subject from a Christian? Because you're not even representing the Christian position properly. And he said, no. Well, I said, well, what are we doing here? You're an atheist trying to defend a particular thing about the Trinity, and you haven't even read anything on it. It comes off as a bit disingenuous. I'm not saying exactly in the same way as Malpass, because he was at least trying to represent atheist position, although different objections associated with it. This was an extreme example where the guy was an atheist trying to defend the Trinity, which was a bit bizarre. So I'm not saying it's a one-for-one example, but I said to him, and then other people started chiming in, and they were like, yeah, dude, why are you here? What are you even doing here talking about this? So, and I said to him, it just comes off a bit strange. And yeah, but
I think it comes, yeah, definitely it's a problem. And I think there's a few people that have done that on Clubhouse who are atheists, and they come on Muslim chat rooms and they basically try to argue that the Trinity is logically coherent and try to defend that for whatever reason. And I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to be skeptical. They're just trying to push skepticism, that you could literally argue any argument, and we're all on equal grounds. We don't know anything. Basically, that's what they try. I think this is their attempt. But Alex Malpass doesn't believe that. He's not a skeptic. He does believe that there are certain ideas, knowledge that you can hold. But I think it goes back to his methodology, or his not methodology, his assumption that all the burden of proof, or most of the burden of proof, are upon the theist. All he has to do is pick out, an objection here or there, and that's sufficient in order to undermine an argument, irrespective of whether he believes in that objection to be valid and rational, first and foremost, because he's under no burden, or very little burden, to justify his own particular position. Yeah, so I think that was the first part of the show, and I think it's a really important point that we have to sort of raise so that people are aware regards to that. So the next one I wanted, we sort of, or you guys, you and Abdulrahman, shame Abdulrahman's not here, actually, could get his thoughts as well. But the next part became a discussion about the actual infinite, yeah. So I don't know what your thoughts are generally, and we'll go to some of the specific questions about this particular topic area. Obviously, it's related to the Kalam cosmological argument, and if the audience haven't seen, he had a debate with William Lane Craig, particularly on this issue about the actual infinite.
The actual infinite. So what about what Malpass had to say, or?
Yeah. What was as a brief summary of what the type of discussions was, and well, I'll ask you a specific question about it if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then. So his argument primarily rests upon the fact that it's not a logical impossibility to form an actual infinite by successive addition. So he's saying that's only. He's not here to prove an actual infinite can be formed by successive addition. All he's here is to demonstrate it's not an impossibility. That's it. Jake, I don't know if it's me, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What I was saying is I think that's what he was trying to argue for. But, and Abdulrahman was talking to him about it. But then I came in and I gave pushback and I started to raise an objection against it. I was saying, well, and actually, let me speed forward to say that he has a paper written on the subject where he's dealing with William Lane Craig's arguments, which I actually read. We actually read together and went through the paper. And he admits in the paper and even in the discussion with us that there's never a point in which you traverse an actual infinite by successive addition and you've reached Aleph null or infinity, and you can look back on it and say, oh, yeah, there's infinity, meaning it's been traversed. That never happens. Well, if that's the case, and the argument that Craig is making says that in order for the universe or physical reality to have existed from eternity past, that's what you would need to happen in order to arrive at here. Well, then to me, you've already conceded the discussion, because you're already admitting there's never a point in which you get to the point where you passed infinity, and yeah, you've reached it by successive addition, and it's already happened. And so if that's the case, well, then I don't even think there's really anything to talk about when you get into these semantic points or all these other discussions about not beginning to count and counting down from infinity versus counting up to infinity. Okay, these are interesting exercises, but the fact of the matter remains the same. You never traverse an actual infinite by successive addition to where you can then complete the task and look back upon what has already happened. It doesn't exist even for Malpass.
Yeah, I think so. There's a few things here, because a few things have to be broken down, because when this discussion about actual infinite is being discussed, it's a different discussion to causal finitism, which became a discussion later on. So it's a slightly different discussion. It's a there's different types of actual infinite. So there's an actual infinite formed by successive addition. So that's a particular type of actual infinite that is being discussed. And then there's a general, can you have a hotel room with an infinite number of rooms in there, or can you have an infinite number of numbers? Yeah. So there's lots of different layers regards to this type of discussion. And you're right, we did read the Alex Malpass, was it Time, All the Time in the World? I think it was this paper that he wrote. So yeah, we did we read that. And that was quite an interesting point, because right at the beginning when you started discussing this, Alex said, oh, I've written a paper on this. I'll send you the paper. So you guys hadn't read the paper. So I remember, in fact, a year when he was first released, Abdulrahman sent us the paper for that. So yeah, so we had read that paper, and you guys had read that paper as well. But I think what it is that there is difference in discussions with regards to actual infinite. So even if you want to concede an actual infinite is a logical possibility, which is a very minimum bar to have to justify a particular argument, because a person can simply say it's logically possible, but still believe it's not the case. Yeah, it's still metaphysically impossible. But even if you want to concede that, there's all these different arguments with the issue of an actual infinite and forming an actual infinite by successive addition. And one of the arguments that Alex Malpass concedes both within the paper, and in the discussion, is that he says grammatically you can never say you will have reached an actual infinite if you start counting. But if you say, if a person counts, and has no beginning or continues to count forever, he will count all numbers. So a person who counts all numbers will count all numbers. So he says there's a grammatical difference. You can say you will count all numbers, but you can't say you will have counted all numbers. Yeah. So I don't know if you want to sort of elaborate upon that difference.
Yeah, sure. And really quickly, Mr. M sent a 349 super sticker. So shout out to Mr. M. Appreciate that. Yeah, so he goes into this semantic discussion. I'm really trying to remember exactly how he discusses it in the paper. But he basically is saying, yeah, there's never a point, and based on what I just talked about, he's explaining that in English. saying that there's never a point in which you will have, right? You will have finished, meaning that it's past tense, that you will have finished and look back on it, but you will finish. Is basically what he's saying. Is well, you say, hold on a second. So, what's the difference? Well, the difference is that exactly what I'm saying. Claim is that you will eventually, or you will finish it, but when you say you will have, it's as if you have finished it and you can look back and say, oh, I finished a task of traversing an actual infinite by successive addition. He admits that you never will have finished. So if that's the case, then that's exactly what I'm saying. The argument against an actual infinite by successive addition, and what you see, we have to understand in the context of the argument is meant to demonstrate that the physical world, the physical material world, cannot be eternal. The universe or any conglomeration of different universes cannot be eternal into the past, you see? And so the argument against an actual infinite by successive addition is meant to show that that is true, that it cannot be sort of eternal in the past. And the reason is because, well, if it was to be infinite or eternal in the past, then that would entail traversing an actual infinite by successive addition in order to arrive at this point. And because that's possible, that can't happen, and therefore the universe can't be eternal, which then calls into question, well, then where to come from? And of course, we get to an argument for God's existence sort of out of that. But
Jake, he's saying, go, sorry, go.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but Jay, what he's trying to, from what I understand, what he's trying to argue is he's trying to say that to say you will count all numbers, is that statement is not a logical impossibility. So you saying you will have is a logical impossibility, but you will count all numbers is not a logical impossibility.
Yeah, and I'm simply saying, it's just like with the Trinity, we talk about a linguistic solution versus a metaphysical one. It's just a convenient, consistent sentence. It gives you a way to express something, but the interesting part is the metaphysics of it, or how it is instantiated into reality. And the sentence that we're concerned with is will have, because in order for the universe to be infinite or eternal in the past, it has to be translated from not you will, it has to be then morphed into you will have. If it never gets converted to you will have, then it doesn't matter, because the thing that is in question assumes you will have, not you will. You see? So it's not really an interesting point. Yeah. It's more of it's a non sequitur. It doesn't really.
Yeah. And just as a further point as well, which is I think is important, is that what Alex Malpass is trying to do, he's trying to take what Craig is saying, and he's the assumptions that Craig has. So Craig is an atheist of time, so he believes that there is a past that finishes, and the past causes the present, and then the present exists, and then the present will cause what will happen in the future. So he's an atheist in terms of time, yeah. So Alex Malpass is trying to assume that. He's not trying to necessarily refute that, although he does, critique it from a B theory of time. But in this argument, he tries to assume that there is an A theory of time. There is a present that's being created by successive addition, and therefore you can still have an actual infinite, or it's still a possibility. It's not a logical impossibility. But you're saying that no, you still have to have, you will have reached an actual infinite. He agrees and concedes that. He just says, but you will count all numbers, yeah. But he then also argues, and it's a shame Abdulrahman's not here yet, although he will be coming soon, inshallah, because I want to get his thoughts on this. But he's trying to also argue. He says there's not a symmetry, because he would say to you, Jake, he said you're making a symmetry between starting to count and going into the future to the past and coming to the present. There isn't a symmetry. There's a symmetry breaker. So he would concede, and he conceded in the discussion, that you can't end an endless series. So if you start to count, you won't reach infinity, and you won't say Aleph Naught out aloud. You will not have reached, you can't say you will have reached an actual infinite. He agrees that you can't have that. So you can't end an endless series. But he's now saying, but it's different, because he's saying you're not ending an endless series, rather you're ending a beginningless series.
Okay, so now you're going into the distinction about the beginningless series versus an endless one, right? That's what you're asking about, Sharif? Okay. So,
A beginningless series that can end. So he's saying, well, you have the problem with the start and then end is that you have no actual limit to say when you end. But when you have a beginning, you have a non-bound start, let's say, that doesn't have a limit, but you have a limit. The limit is, the moment that we reach now. So there's an end. So you can go from beginningless and count down, and you'll count down all numbers. You will count down all numbers, including the number 0.
yeah. So again, he's saying an endless series in which you began, but there's no end. Obviously, you're never going to end. So he's admitting to that. And then you say, okay, yeah, we agree. Then he's saying, well, the more interesting question, which would be the case if the past were infinite or eternal, is that you would
Beginningless, yeah. Beginningless.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. So
Yeah,
it would
go.
be a case in which there's no beginning, but there's an end. So in the first case, there's a difference between there's a beginning with no end. Well, he's saying, of course, if there's a beginning with no end, how could the endless end? That's stupid, which he admits in the discussion. So he says, well, wait, if we flip it, what about something that had no beginning, but it has an end? Is that possible? And he says, well, yeah, I don't see why not. And so that's the distinction. Let me say that again so people really get it. There's a distinction between something that doesn't have a beginning but ends, which he's saying is possible, and something which has a beginning but has no end. He's saying to say that there's something that has a beginning with no end and to say that it ended, well, that's a contradiction. So he's proposing the idea, well, no, in the actual fact, it would be a case where there's no beginning, but that it ends. And there's nothing contradictory about that. So what's your problem? So Abdulrahman, God bless him, playing the game, dancing around with Malpass. And I come in and I said, well, wait up, hold on a second. What do you mean by not beginning? And so what I wanted to point out here was actually a linguistic point, that you shouldn't really say not beginning, because that is equivocal. It could be understood in two ways. For example, if I said I never began to eat the pizza, like if I had a pizza pie and I say, oh, I never began to eat it, well, that could just mean that I never ever started eating pizza. But it could also mean that I was always eating pizza. I never began, but I also never started because I was always eating it. So I said, we shouldn't really use that phrase that we never began, because that could just mean you never counted any number, for example, or you never ate the first slice of pizza, you never ate any slice of pizza. So what it should actually be say is that you were always eating the pizza or always counting. Okay, so we got that cleared up. Supposedly the guy is always counting. So he's always been counting from eternity past. He's always been counting numbers. And now the question that I got to is, well, he actually brought up the example where you walk around the corner and there's a guy like in the alley, and eventually he's completed the task. He's completed counting. So he's reached the finish line. And the question is, well, why did he finish at that time? And there's absolutely no answer. There's absolutely no answer. But then I said, which he admitted, but then I brought it back a step. I say, what if we were walking around the corner before he reached infinity or Aleph Null? What number would he be at? And it's totally arbitrary. You can say that he would be at any number at any given time because it makes no sense. At what point was he at the number 10? At what point was he at the number 50? At what point was he at the number 100? It's totally inconceivable that he was at any particular number at any particular time. And it begs the question, if you can't show how he would be at any particular number at any particular time, how would you ever substantiate him finishing, which is reaching Aleph Null? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So, I think there's a couple of ideas or arguments that you're presenting. One is about the idea of being able to interrupt his counting, because he was trying to say, the guy is counting, always counting, and then he'll get to 10, and then he'll get to 9, and he'll get to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's it. He's completed it. He's done the job. So I think the issue is there's two arguments or two problems that, quite clear that are going to be in our minds. One argument is, well, can you ever be in a situation where you could interrupt him in the count? Could you get to a stage where you could literally get to him, and while he's in the middle of his count and he's been counting, and suddenly he's on a finite number of numbers that is going down? And here there's a couple of problems, and one of the key problems is the problem of sufficient reason. What's the reason why he's at that number as opposed to any other number? There is literally no reason as to why he would be at 10 as opposed to 1 billion if he's always been counting. Yeah. So there's no way of you being able to interrupt him. So he would either be always counting and he's always on an infinite number of numbers and he has an infinite number of numbers to go, or he would have already completed an infinite number, and therefore there's no way of us being able to interrupt his counting down from infinity. There's no way. So it's either that. And then there's the other problem is what you mentioned, is when does he finish? Because if you go to him, he goes, yeah, I finished last week. Yeah, he'll go, and you say to him, well, why was it last week? Why wasn't it, 2 weeks ago? Why wasn't it 10 years ago? Why wasn't it 1 billion years ago? He has no answer as to why it's taken that time to get to that moment. Yeah. And there needs to be an explanation. It doesn't seem to be any coherent explanation as to when he would finish in this counting down. Have I sort of understood that point?
Yes. And what I want to say is what he wound up having to say, because Sharif, you brought up a good point. And we don't even need to interrupt him. Imagine a situation, we're not interrupting him. Imagine a guy has always been counting and whatever, he's counting in the alleyway. I don't know why, but that's the way that Alex set it up. Let's just say you walk by the alleyway. You don't interrupt him. What number would you hear when you were walking by? You see, you don't forget about interrupting him. Just say he was doing it out loud and you were able to hear what number. What number would you hear? And what he wound up saying was, which was, it seemed to me to be somewhat contradictory, because he was saying, well, there's a certain point at which he finishes the count, right? But then he winds up telling you, well, wait, he never actually finishes the count. So, because if he's saying that the you will never gets converted to the you will have, then there's never a point in which he's counted and reached Aleph Null.
Exactly.
But guess what? Here's another contradiction. When it came back, he said at any point, because when we said, well, why would he finish at that time? He said, yeah, that's a good question. Why? Because at any point preceding the time where he supposedly reached it, guess what? He's already counted an actual infinite. Because at any point in the past, he's already counted an actual infinite. So here's the contradiction. He'll never reach you will have counted the actual infinite. Yet there's a certain point in which he will reach it. And oh, by the way, at every point preceding that, he's already reached it. So this is totally contradictory. It's either he would never have reached Aleph Null. It's that he would always have reached Aleph Null, or he would at a specific time. Well, which one is it? He never reaches it. He always reached it, or he reaches it, but at a specific time. You can't have it. You can't have it three ways. And so, because if he's always reached it, then whoa, he's always been at infinity. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah. I want to get Abdulrahman. Is Abdulrahman waiting now? Is he coming on? Because
I don't know, man. He's probably
fanboy.
He's probably combing his hair or something, dude.
Because I don't want to move off this topic of actual infinite, because I know he has a lot of thoughts on this.
I messaged him on WhatsApp. I said, dude, we need the motor mouth. Where are you? Stop combing your hair.
Stop combing your hair. Just put it in a bun, Abdulrahman. You'll be fine.
Exactly, man. Oh, here he is. He's coming now. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Hey, what's up, buddy? Salam. So he'll be back in a second, inshallah. But you see the contradiction I'm deriving now, Sharif, right?
Yeah,
it's that clear. He will never reach it. Wait, he's reaching it at a specific time, but also, by the way, he always reached it, because at any point in the past, he's always reached the actual infinite. Well, those are three answers which are contradictions. He'll never reach it. He'll reach it at a specific time, and also he's always reached it. Those can't go together. It's got to be one of them or not. I mean, seriously. So anyway,
Abdulrahman's
back. Yeah, your mic's on.
Jake's been bad mouthing your best mate. I can't hear you, Abdulrahman.
We can't hear you, dude. Your mic doesn't have the mute sound, but we can't hear anything.
Have you plugged it in?
Sign. I'm sorry.
He's gonna come back on.
Yeah, I was gonna say try unplugging it and plug it back in. Somebody said that they're bald. Well, when Abdulrahman gets a haircut, we can provide hair as well. I don't know if you need that, but he looks a little bit sad. I'm just teasing Abdul and also this fellow here in the chat. But anyway, yeah, so that's kind of the perplexing part, is that when we pushed him, and it goes to the issue. So let's move on a little bit before Abdul comes back to the issue of the PSR. Why it caused the PSR? Because there's no sufficient reason as to why he would be at any number at any given time. And so it's just a mystery, basically, in Christian terminology.
I can't hear you.
Try unplugging your mic and plugging it back in if you haven't already.
Abdulrahman looking more stressed.
I don't know what this guy is saying here. Let me see. Yusuf is saying, the contradiction is introduced when you assume he's counting from a finite point because you already introduced the fact that there was a beginning. No, he didn't. In fact, we're dealing with the point now in which he's always been counting. We're not dealing with the thing of him starting and then never ending. We agreed with that doesn't work, and so does Malpass. We're dealing with the argument of him always counting, i.e. never beginning to count, always counting, and yet it having an end. We're saying that's contradictory. And I'm pointing out that the responses he gave to this issue to me were contradictory. So I don't see why, because he said that, the tap guys are ignoring him. First of all, you guys need to understand, when we're having a conversation on here and there's like dozens and dozens of comments going by, we can't address your comments. So if you want your comment or question to be addressed, you're going to have to submit it as a super chat or a super sticker. Not because we want to get money out of it, but because we won't be able to see it. When it gets sent as a super chat, it gets highlighted and stuck there so we can view it. It's not practical for us to read all of your guys' questions. We can't.
Yeah, so hopefully Yusuf, I think is probably his name is. Hopefully he's appreciated that we have sought to address his argument. We are trying to say that, he agrees that you can't end an endless series, but he thinks you can end a beginningless series, or a series in which the person's always counting. And there's a couple of arguments that Jake used in the discussion. And to be quite frank, if you go and watch that particular section and you try to tease out what Alex's response was to Jake, and I listened to this, I couldn't work out his actual response. He didn't seem to have a response. That's why I wanted Abdulrahman to address this particular issue as well. The specific thing was about at what point or what number, if you're walking past this person, what number would he be counting at that particular moment? Because he believes that you can, interrupt him, and we live in a universe in which you can talk about 10 years ago. Yeah, so it's not the case that time was, we get to a point where everything is an infinite amount of time, but there's been a successive countdown, if you wish, to get to this very moment in time, because he's arguing on presentism in regards to the A theory of time. So he's holding that particular view. Abdulrahman, are you still problems with your mic? Just hear you, but it's
We can
very
hear
low.
you very barely, dude. Try it now.
What now?
Very
Low.
faint. Very faint.
Just shout.
Hello.
Yeah. We can hear you, dude, but you know what? You sound like you're at the bottom of a well and you're calling for help.
I guess I'll give me a second.
Yeah. You know
So
what,
I think
Sharif? We could
Yusuf.
always move on, and then when he comes
Let's
back,
move on.
just
Yeah.
readdress the point.
Yeah, because we as best as possible, we are trying to be fair to Alex in terms of his particular views.
And
Obviously,
I want to make one comment on that, actually, Sharif, because this. Say it again, Abdul.
It's still very low.
It's a little bit better, but it's not. It's still very low. Sorry, man. I'm not laughing at you, but it's kind of funny. So the point that I was going to make, Sharif, is that because I want people to know, and I know Alex knows this, but the objection that I was raising about the PSR and it being sort of arbitrary at what number he's at any given time, etc. This isn't an objection that Jake came up with. Like, I didn't just pluck it out of the sky. That it's actually in the literature, and it's represented in the literature on the subject. Interestingly enough, though, I believe, if I recall correctly, I was having a discussion with Abdul and some other brothers on Facebook, and I hadn't read that objection. And I thought of it on my own. I said, well, hold on a second. What number would he be at any given time? This doesn't make sense. And then I actually read up on it, and there were other people bringing the same objection, connecting to the PSR and so on. So the fact of the matter is, what I mean to say by this is this is not just a problem that Jake and Abdulrahman derived or thought of on our own. This is a problem that other people see with Alex's view here as well.
Hey guys, how am I?
That's better. Is better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, maybe some of the people in the chat can can just tell me whether I'm audible or not, whether they can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, that's good. Now it's getting better. It's like slowly getting better. Yeah.
I think that might be Brother Riyad, mashallah, working in the back, doing something. Oh, there he is. That's Riyad. That's Riyad doing something. Okay, great.
Yeah, turn it down a little bit though. That's too loud.
Asadullah saying he has a rope.
Yeah.
So
Riyad, turn it down just slightly, man.
Abdulrahman, man.
Okay.
Jake's
So on what you guys are saying, Malpass, Malpass. I have a lot of respect for Malpass, of course, and you guys know that. And yes, and I think the discussion was great. And I'm sorry for being late, all that stuff. But yeah, what you guys were just talking about, yeah. So I think it's the question really is about whether it's a violation of the PSR. Everybody's saying I'm too loud, so Riyad, you're gonna have to do something about that.
No,
It
it's fine.
sounds
It's fine
okay
now.
now. No,
I think
it's
'cause
okay
Okay.
there's a
now.
delay.
All
There's a
right.
delay with the when it's streamed onto
Yeah,
YouTube.
it's
But
fine now.
Yeah.
It's fine
Yeah.
now.
So really, it's a question of whether it is a violation of a weak PSR, and I think so. Craig has an exchange with Oppie on this, on whether it's a violation of like a weak PSR and partial explanation, and Craig argues that it is I mean, the partial explanation, whatever partial explanation can be posited, is not really it doesn't really qualify as a partial explanation in the context of the weak PSR that Oppie proposes, and I think that's true because in the discussion with Dr. Malpass, I mean, because what I told him was, I mean, it would be better if you just say it's a series of like, you know, just somebody eating cookies from a cookie jar, because there's no real distinction between the moments of counting. I don't think you should call it counting. It's not metricated whatsoever, and I do think it is a violation of the PSR, of even the weak PSR. So that's really going to be the deciding point on whether this argument does work to, like, you know, as a parody.
So Abdulrahman, Abdulrahman. So what do you mean by it's a violation of the weak PSR? Meaning that he's at any
okay.
point in time you're talking about.
Yeah. So assume you've come across this guy who's been beginninglessly counting down from infinity, and then he reaches like it just happens to be the case that you interrupt him, and it's at 10, and he's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and then you're like, wait a second, if I interrupted you, like, let's say 3 hours ago, right? You've had an infinite amount of time to reach that 10 that you're reaching right now, right? And well, why are you reaching it now? And the same would be true for every moment in the series. Now, so the question is whether partial explanation really works here, right? So whether there really is a partial explanation, and I think, I mean, I would agree with Craig that it does even violate a weak PSR, and it just seems to be like this, you know, non-metricated, arbitrary, you know, releasing of sounds from the mouth that you can't really, there's no intelligible you know, sequence there, the way I see it. So I think that's going to be the crucial question of whether it is really a violation of a weaker PSR that allows for partial explanation or not.
So I think obviously the issue is that why would he finish on a particular time? Why would he be at a particular number at any given time? All of these are problems because there's no explanation. And it's not just that there's no explanation. It just seems that, I think Jake mentioned it, he would be counting infinite time or infinitely. So why would he be at any particular? So at any moment he's counted an infinite number, you know. So how?
Yeah, that's right. At any point, I mean, this is the weird part. I don't want to say the absurd part because that comes with certain, like, connotations. But then at any point in the infinite past, this person would have already counted an infinite number of numbers. I mean, right? So the infinity would have already been counted at any point in the infinite past.
So then, Abdulrahman,
you can just say that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, doesn't it just violate the point which he says that you can't say you will have reached an infinite? If this person's always counting and he's reached an actual infinite at any moment, or even he gets to zero, let's say, can't we say he has counted an actual infinite? And his argument was that you can't do that.
Yeah, there's no real has here. That's the tricky part, though, because there's no real, like, event of, like, traversing an infinite that you can, like, point to. It's the idea is that at every point in the infinite past, the infinity has been counted. So
Right.
it's not like it's not like, so in the case where you do like the
Begin
whole
and then go
counting
to
up
the
would begin,
yeah.
exactly, yeah. So now there needs to be a task of, okay, traversing the infinite. That doesn't seem to be anywhere in the beginningless series, right? So
Yeah,
however
because
far you go
now,
at any point in
So
this
good, man.
person's life, he's already traversed or counted the infinity.
yeah,
Which again
so
begs the question as to what number he's ever on. Like, if you've already counted an infinite number of numbers, that is a bit strange. And there's a point I wanted to raise with Malpass, I forgot to, because well, he mentions in one of his I think in one of his papers that well, the reason when he discusses his counting up argument, right, and that this hypothetical person will count every number in the series, he says, well, one of the reasons he gives for why this person will never look back and say, like, I have counted an infinite number of numbers, is because, well, there's no such time, in the sense that, well, you have all the time in the world is basically going to be in him counting in the infinite future. And in that sense, I'm wondering what comes after the infinite series in the case of the beginningless counting. So I mean, if you've been beginninglessly counting, then it seems like there's going to be a problem with, like, so what we just said about, well, why weren't you at this point at any other point in the infinite past, because you certainly had enough time. Plus, I mean, why is there time after the infinite anyway? I mean, it just seems like it is a bit tricky. But I think what the argument, I mean, it's a smart, it's a smart objection to the successive addition argument, because it does point to a flaw in the idea that, well, you need to start this this thought experiment with a beginning, when that kind of like begs the question, because, well, a beginningless past wouldn't have had that beginning. So, yeah.
yeah, but I don't think it really does. To be, from my perspective, I don't think it does anything. All it does is show that the thought experiment should have a beginningless counting series, or however you want to frame it. The only difference is, with the experiment in which you begin but never end, then basically the conclusion of that is you will never reach infinity by successive addition. In the opposite way, when you say that you were always counting, i.e., you never began, it gets reversed. The conclusion is reversed, that you will always have traversed an actual infinite. So it's going from you will never reach the actual infinite by successive addition to the one where there's no beginning, you will always have reached an actual infinite. So that's where the problem comes in, because if you're saying that you will always have reached it, then it's arbitrary to even talk about what number you were at any point. You're not at any number. You're at no number at any given point, because you've already traversed it. You're at actual infinite at every point.
Yeah, and I just wanna I agree with you, Jake. I just think it is a smart objection, in the sense that, well, it kind of got me thinking a lot. The brother here is saying, there's a distinction between the count of numbers that are in the past and the count of numbers that are elapsed.
So counting,
I don't-
I think same thing, isn't it?
The count of numbers that are in the past, something I believe we can agree on. Set. I'm not really understanding what he's saying, but what he might be
I
saying
think he's
here
not
is
following us, to be quite honest.
yeah. I mean, what he might be saying is that Aristotle has this whole thing that, there's the past is potentially infinite, in the sense that was it Aristotle? I think it was someone else, maybe Aquinas. But then the past is not an actual infinite, because, like, well, the past doesn't really exist. It's a potential infinite, and the reasoning for why it's a potential infinite, because, well, when you backtrack and start counting the moments in the past, you'll never reach. But that kind of misses the point. The point is that, well, them having elapsed means we have an actual infinite instantiated in reality. I guess that's the idea. So I think that's confusing. a certain notion of potential infinity that's not really the one in question here.
So Abdulrahman, there's a discussion then which keeps being brought up about this issue of actual infinite. Is it a logical impossibility? Because on the one hand, we have these arguments even against this beginningless series and being able to get to an end to that, but it seems more of a metaphysical impossibility than a logical impossibility. Or would it be considered a logical impossibility?
Yeah, so you can bring it to a contradiction in some arguments, like so when you're talking about so if you're talking about causal finitism, you can actually bring it to a contradiction, and then there are going to be other considerations there, right? When we discuss that, on the stream, and this is a metaphysical possibility. So this argues for a metaphysical impossibility, not a logical contradiction. It's not a logical possibility; it's just a metaphysical one. When you take certain things into consideration, it's just it just seems to be metaphysically impossible, not logically impossible.
Yeah, and I think
because it's inconceivable, number one, and also it seems to violate the PSR because there's no good reason. And you were mentioning earlier partial explanation. It doesn't seem to me that there's even a partial explanation as to what number you would be at any given time, or to say that you would traverse an actual infinite at any given time, or even to say that you would always have. It seems to collapse, and it just mashes everything together. It's like, boom, infinity is just there. It makes it seem as if there is no traversing of it. It's just there. Boom, you just have infinity. So
okay, we spent a lot of time talking about this, so we're going to spend more time talking about it. Only joking. No, but we're going to quickly move on, because I think
you think it's possible for us to talk about an infinity for an actual infinite amount of time,
or potentially infinite?
Might be a logical impossibility, metaphysical impossibility, ontological impossibility as well. So, but I think what it is so just for the when we talk about this issue of the actual infinite and it cannot exist, actually, what a lot of people are saying is causal finitism, isn't it? It's not really. See, Alex Malpass is addressing the issue of an actual infinite, saying it's not a logical impossibility. But really, the discussion that a lot of people are having is this idea of causal finitism. The chain of causal events has to be finite. What's because you had that discussion with him, Abdulrahman. You in primarily.
Yeah. So I think. So I mean, towards the end of that discussion, so I do believe that Alex Malpass leans towards causal finitism, like himself, like as a personal preferences, personal preference, maybe for other reasons apart from those, Benedetti paradoxes. But yeah,
so you're basically
I'm
saying
not sure,
that
and I'm not 100% sure about that, by the way, because I know that I've either read or seen it somewhere. And when I mentioned it in the discussion, it's not like I got like an explicit. I don't remember. I didn't rewatch it.
He just acknowledged it. He just sort of accepted it.
I think he acknowledged it. Yeah, but I didn't get like an explicit acknowledgement from him. But I think if I remember correctly, he does lean towards causal finitism. But then it's just the those specific paradoxes that are proposed themselves that he thinks that he respects the finitist solution. He says it is a respectable solution, as in he wouldn't go for like he wouldn't take like a Graham Priest's approach to like a diathletist approach to it and say, well, we can just accept that contradiction exists. He doesn't take that approach. He thinks that the finitist solution is a respectable one, as is the unsatisfiable pair solution. And the reason he favors the unsatisfiable pair is because, well, it seems to be less costly, because all you're saying in the unsatisfiable pair is that, well, these two possibilities, which is the Grim Reapers plus that set up in an infinite platform, it's just not possible to instantiate them in a single possible world. And so he says that, like, if you just right away jump to blaming the infinity, he's like, you might be making a mistake there. Well, maybe it's just a scenario. That is the problem. And
we'll
this is not to say.
I just want to break it down a little bit for the audience. In
Yeah.
terms of this review. So he's got an argument against an actual infinite. He's saying that his basically argument is to say that all the arguments that demonstrates the logical impossibility are not necessarily sufficient to demonstrate its logical impossibility. However, when theists argue using like the Kalam cosmological argument, although they may address actual infinite, really what they're concerned with is causal finitism, meaning that the chain of events, you can't have this infinite cause of events that regresses back forever. And you're saying, Abdulrahman, and you mentioned it in the discussion, you said Alex Malpass leans to causal finitism, meaning he actually acknowledges, the strength of the argument for causal finitism, and he seems to adopt it as his own, maybe personal position or what he thinks seems more appropriate. Is that right, Abdulrahman? Yeah, cool. So, what I don't know if we want to talk about the Grim Reaper paradox very quickly. We'd be able to do that within 10, 20 seconds.
I mean, very, very quickly. Maybe just just very generally, the Grim Reaper paradox is basically it's a thought experiment. Yeah, it's a Benedetti paradox that tries to basically set up this scenario where if there was this infinite causal chain, you would end up with this explicit contradiction. So therefore, there cannot exist this infinite causal chain. And so the solution to the specific paradox that Malpass would adopt is not that, well, there cannot be an infinite causal chain, but it's just that there's something wrong with the setup itself. So this specific setup cannot happen. However, possibly for other reasons, he does lean towards causal finitism in general. Causal finitism, which is the view that in any causal chain, there are a finite number of members, basically, or causes.
Yeah.
So why is he defending the unsatisfiable pair objection or response if he leans towards causal finitism? What's the point of even defending that?
Well, I guess it's kind of like, so like you believe in God, right? But maybe there's like this really bad argument for God's existence, and then you're like, well, hey, this is a bad argument, and you critique it for other reasons. So I guess, I mean,
but he doesn't hold. But he doesn't. Yeah. He obviously doesn't hold that that's a good enough response. Otherwise, it would seem to me that he wouldn't hold to causal finitism.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why maybe that's something else that needed to be asked, because maybe so for what other reason, if not this, would he favor causal finitism? I guess that would have been an important question as well.
You don't know, Abdulrahman, why he favors causal finitism.
I do not know. So I know someone, and I mentioned this to him in the beginning of the discussion. About like someone like Oppie, the reason he postulates this for initial state of the universe as first cause or whatever is because he thinks it's more parsimonious, it's more simple. Just so on the basis of simplicity, he favors it. Now I don't know if Malpass takes that same view. Maybe he does, but was that for whatever reason? Yeah.
But was that a case again? So we have two options. Either he doesn't really hold to the unsatisfiable pair as a response to this, and he thinks it actually is a good argument for causal finitism, the paradox, or he does hold to the unsatisfiable pair in response to this argument, and he holds to causal finitism for other reasons, that which we don't know. So which one do you think it was? Because we already saw that he admitted to playing the game, so to speak, throughout the conversation in other places.
But I think he does. He does regard the causal finitism solution as a respectable one, as in one that should be taken seriously. So he doesn't think that, like, if you take the causal finitist solution on the basis of this paradox itself, you're like irrational or something. So I think he does say it is a serious consideration. However, I mean, I think there are other problems as well, because in many of these arguments and thought experiments, we're kind of like, sometimes we're assuming a certain theory of time and even like space and stuff like that. So I honestly don't know the answer to, yeah.
Yeah, so my understanding is that he had a discussion with Joe Smith, and in which his argument was that causal finitism, to answer the Bernodetti paradoxes, so these range of paradoxes related to, like, I think Thomson's lamp paradox is part of the Bernodetti paradoxes, the Grim Reaper paradox. His argument is that causal finitism does solve that, but at the same time, it commits you to the nature of time and to the universe that physicists would have to be committed to. So physics would have to now accept that you have to view space and time as being causally finite. And so his issue was that there's too much metaphysical commitment in adopting causal finitism to answer the Bernodetti paradoxes, whereas his unsatisfiable pair diagnosis doesn't commit himself to the nature or the ontology of space and time, and therefore affects how we do physics. Is that how? So can you be? Should we explain what the
unsatisfiable pair is just basically, as I've explained it, that you're basically saying that, well, the problem here is not with the infinite chain. The problem is with the thought experiment itself, the setup, like, the Grim Reapers and the whole setup of with the alarm clocks and stuff like that, whichever version of the paradox you go for. The problem is with the setup, not with the fact that there's an infinite set. But there isn't a question that, like, just came to mind, and maybe Jake and Sharif, you can help me with this. So because we spoke a lot in the discussion about conceivability, right? And so conceivability is basically to conceive of other possibilities and using that as a basis for certain metaphysical commitments. Now, I'm wondering why. So if conceivability is not that significant, why is the fact that we couldn't conceive of this contradictory situation a real problem? So why isn't it metaphysically possible? Because and this would have been an interesting question to ask him too, but it literally just came to mind. Because I've seen Dr. Alex Malpass as well argue, like, for example, when he's responding to James Anderson on his Lord of Non-Contradiction paper, and the fact that, well, something like, let's say, the law of contradiction, or I don't remember, whatever law of logic is metaphysically necessary because it James Anderson says it's inconceivable that it wouldn't hold in any possible world, and Dr. Malpass kind of attacks that and says, well, why is the fact that you can't conceive of it relevant to what is or isn't, like, truly metaphysically possible? So I'm wondering, if that truly is the case, then why couldn't we go for why couldn't we just bite the bullet and say, well, hey, this contradiction is a genuine possibility. The fact that I can't conceive of contradictions is irrelevant.
Yeah, so just to explain to the audience as well. So when you presented the Grim Reaper paradox as an argument for causal finitism, meaning it cannot be satisfied unless we accept this idea of causal finitism, his response was to say, I can't even, it's impossible, based upon I think it was his understanding of modal logic, to accept that it could be conceived of, this scenario could even be conceived of. Because obviously there's one issue that you can conceive the scenario and then you solve the scenario. Yeah. So it's like, the liar's paradox. We can conceive somebody saying this statement is a lie. Yeah. But at the same time, we would have to now try to solve it. yeah, and then it results in various paradoxes or absurdities or whatever it is, yeah. So he was saying the first part of the Grim Reaper paradox is the problem. So it's not I have to try to adopt causal finitism. Is that you can't even have that type of conception of a scenario? Is that am I understanding his contention? So he wouldn't even grant you to present a Grim Reaper like type paradox.
So the idea is, so in trying to solve the paradox, we are taking for granted, like we're already assuming that, like, so I mean, if we're not going to go for a solution that just accepts the contradiction, right? And we're already presuming that, well, that contradiction is not, contradictions are not like metaphysically possible, right? So like the law of non-contradiction is necessary, and so I'm not sure I understood your question there, but then I guess
no, he just what
yeah.
I'm saying is that, from my understanding, what Alex was trying to say, he's trying to say, look, there's no problem to solve because that scenario is impossible. The Bernodetti paradoxes are impossible. They are like squared circles. It's not like you've got a squared circle. Okay, let's try and work out, is it possible or logically impossible? Let's use logical axioms. He's saying, no, you just say it's not possible. So he's going to say that these types of paradoxes are not conceivable to even require the solution in the first place.
So I'm not sure he'd say there's no problem, but I guess you're right in the sense that he says, well, the problem is with the thought experiment itself. If contradictions are not possible, then, well, I don't have to say it's because, an infinite past is not possible. It's just because of the setup is not possible. And, well, he would just say that this whole thing is not really a metaphysical issue because, as in the sense that we don't have to commit to one view of time or another, or infinite.
But why was he dismiss? I didn't personally understand why he was dismissing the scenario of the Grim Reaper paradox. Why he just simply said, okay, you can't have that. There's nothing to solve.
Now I get what you're saying. So this is a conceivability issue, right? So if
I can tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Well, what he's saying about, as I understand it, the unsatisfiable pair, he's saying if there's a situation in which it leads to a contradiction, then that situation can't occur. This is basically what he's assuming. If it leads to a contradiction, that's the whole point of the unsatisfiable pair. These things cannot be paired together. So it's not necessarily a problem with infinity. It's a problem with infinity and the Grim Reaper setup being involved in that. That's what he's saying. Right. You can't put them together. So it's not necessarily a problem with infinity. It's a problem with maybe the Grim Reapers, or maybe the Grim Reapers and infinity together. You see? That's what the problem is. That's that's what the
so he's saying there's
a
contradiction. There's a contradiction. The contradiction is because the actual scenario, there's a fundamental problem. You can't bring them
he's saying
together.
For all we know, it could be the fact of the Grim Reapers.
Right. But then is this when you were discussing about patchwork?
Yes, that's where the patchwork principle basically comes in, which Abdulrahman was saying, where typically, okay, we have this thing, we have this other thing. If we can have both of them, then they can be put together. And he's saying, well, no, that's not going to be the case, because if they're put together and it results in a contradiction, then they can't be put together, because fundamentally it can't result in this contradiction. So that's what he's responding to with this. And so he's not committing to the idea that the problem is with infinity. He's saying, for all we know, the problem is with the combination of infinity and the Grim Reapers, or some other particular fact about the situation.
Jake, did you hear what I said about the conceivability thing? Because the question really is, if conceivability isn't to be taken seriously in terms of determining metaphysical commitments, then the whole idea of a contradiction being inconceivable, well, shouldn't that not play a role in saying, well, why couldn't it be the case that you just bite the bullet and say, well, contradictions are possible? which I think
because
is
could be a response to this, and where you say, well, no, guess what? The pairs can go together, and it's contradictory, and so what? So somebody could respond that way. So by the fact you're saying, by the fact that he doesn't favor that response and seeks to alleviate the contradiction, that assumes that not having contradictions in things is a good thing, or that they're not possible. The question is, why are they not possible? Well, if you say that it's because I can't conceive of a contradiction, well, then you're assuming the conceivability principle, which you've already sought to undermine. So that's your point, right?
yeah. Yeah, I think something like that, and I think maybe his response might be somewhere along the lines of, well, I don't know, I don't know, maybe I'll try to contact him about that. But yeah, I think that is an interesting point, because the conceivability part is important. It's
because, by the way, we know people who take that position on other things. We have Christians who take that position on Jesus, contradictory Christ, and they just say, so what? And you have the liar's paradox and these other things. So it's not like we're just completely making it up. The point is, if you're preferring this theory over another, then if you don't have another reason to prefer it besides conceivability, what are you doing with? And the other thing is, I think you're going to have to appeal to conceivability in the case of an actual infinite by successive addition, because we don't have like a scientific or empirical fact or our own personal experience in general with the actual infinite by successive addition. And so the thing at play is going to have to be conceivability. Otherwise, what are you dealing with to really investigate or adjudicate that difference?
That's an interesting point. Go ahead, Sharif.
I think I actually made that point in the discussion. Because the point is, it's not like an empirical fact that we know an actual infinite by successive addition, or that we've experienced it. Plus, what Malpass's theory of modality about the actual world and possible worlds stemming from the actual world. Well, the whole thing in question is whether or not the actual world already has that actual infinite by successive addition or not. And so you can't appeal to that, because that's the very thing that's being questioned. So you're going to have to appeal to some type of, from my perspective, conceivability in order to make sense of which way you go.
Yeah, I think that is a very interesting point, because so if and this has a lot to do with what is known as like modal empiricism, and so there's modal empiricism, where your modal theory or your view of possible worlds would be like, grounded in an empirical basis, or modal rationalism, where it will be grounded in a rational basis. But the issue is that I think that if it is grounded in our empirical experience, I don't know why we would even consider an infinite series, or an infinite causal explanation.
It wouldn't be a debate, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because, or maybe something they might say is that, well, we don't really experience a finite one either, because it's just like ever growing. But I mean, I'm not sure that's the case. But we clearly don't have experience of infinities. So maybe in this discussion or in another discussion, something like this might be relevant. That, like, wait, why are we even taking the possibility of an actual infinite or an infinite past seriously if we are, like, using the empirical world exclusively as a basis for counterfactuals and
so let me try to understand this and maybe help the audience as well. So in his model, what he believes is possible is not the same as what he believes is conceivable. He's saying what is possible is what is actual in this world. So, and maybe the audience have seen the types of discussions, and we talk about possible worlds or possible universes, if you want to use that word, or possible worlds. And we say certain things, when we talk about possible worlds, it's about whether it could exist in one possible world. Like you have a red apple. Well, could you have in another possible world a green apple or a pink apple or a purple apple? Yes, because it's conceivable. And because it's conceivable, it's possible. What you're saying, Abdulrahman and Jake, is that he doesn't hold to that particular view of possibility. He only holds the view of possibility of what's actual. Because we've seen a green apple and a red apple and a pink apple, we've never seen a, turquoise apple or whatever it is. Then we can't say the turquoise apple is necessarily possible or is a possibility. Yeah, I'm giving a very crude example. You might argue
So I
against
think
that,
I think you're right, but just quickly before you continue, I think he could say that like a purple apple is possible, but then the basis of that would be like on like
different.
his
Yeah,
experience of the
yeah.
world and yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is that empirical basis, right? So within that empirical
It's because we
reality,
experience purple. We experience purple every
Yeah.
apple, and
yeah.
then you have the patchwork, and there's no contradiction that results. So therefore, it's possible.
Yeah. So on that basis, what I'm saying is like, where does from within our experience, where do infinities come in?
Well, they don't.
Uh,
They don't at all.
yeah.
They
That's
don't. And even David Hilbert was quite clear about that when he talked about there's a problem with an actual infinite in the real world. Everything we experience within the real world are finite things, including the fact that the most spherical object that we know of is the electron, but the electron is not a perfect sphere, because for it to be a perfect sphere, then pi would have to have a value that regresses back an infinite amount of time. So you can never have a perfect sphere. So this is his argument.
That's why you need conceivability, baby.
Right. Okay. Let's move on really quickly because we've and you know what, we'll do a whole show, inshallah, on the Kalam cosmological argument and actual infinites. I think it would be quite a good discussion in regards to that. And we'll get people to ring us up and call in. But let's go on to the next part, because then he wanted to raise the discussion about the criticism of the contingency argument. So in essence, he said all contingent propositions require an explanation. Then he said, yet theists believe that there's one contingent proposition. I'm paraphrasing his position. Believe that there's one contingent proposition that doesn't require an explanation, and that is the choice of the necessary being to create. If that's the case, then why can't atheists hold on to a brute contingency other than a belief in a creator God? Have I presented his argument against the contingency argument? You're muted.
I'm saying I got a bit distracted, but I think you
No
did.
problem.
So if
Yeah, so I'm just saying is that every contingent proposition requires an explanation. Theists say, okay, you have therefore a necessary being, a God. Then he would say, yeah, but the necessary being God, did he choose to create? And we would say yes, or most people would say yes, or most theists, or a lot of theists would say yes. And then you say, well, that's a contingent proposition, and there's no explanation for that. So therefore, there's one proposition, contingent proposition, that doesn't have an explanation. So why can't atheists just appeal to a brute contingency?
Yeah, so you've either got like modal collapse or a contingent fact that's unexplained. Basically, is his point. His point is that, well, either way, and there's just no way out of the
Explain
problem.
modal collapse really quickly, Abdulrahman.
Modal collapse. So what you're saying basically. So the idea of modal collapse is that if you arrive at a necessary fact that explains a contingent fact, well, if a necessary fact is necessary and sufficient for what it explains, well, then it just necessitates its explanation. So the whole thing just becomes necessary. So there's nothing really contingent.
So even this particle of dust that's floating is necessary. It had to have floated in that direction.
Everything,
at this time.
Exactly. Yes. So everything basically would have to exist. Yeah. And that would be So that's basically the idea of modal collapse. So he's like either way you can't really satisfy it, because if you go back to the necessary explanation, it would just necessitate its effect. And if you go back to a contingent unexplained fact, well, then how have we really explained anything? So there doesn't seem to be a way out. That's the general idea.
Okay, so how did you respond to, or what was your particular response to that?
Well, so the whole modal collapse thing is so like Van Inwagen raises this against like a strong Leibnizian PSR, right? Which is where the strong PSR it's claimed to lead to modal collapse, where every fact has an explanation for why it is and why it is not, something like that. So every fact has to have this contrastive explanation. The very strong PSR that leads to that does lead to modal collapse, because there's not going to be any contingency or indeterminacy in the way that would basically leave any room for contingency. So basically everything becomes necessary, and so that's basically his critique. And I was discussing like weaker PSRs, so we don't have to appeal to the stronger one. And there's
what's the weaker PSR? The weaker PSR is that all contingent things have an explanation, or is it say that most contingent things have an explanation?
So there
Leibniz was saying that everything has an explanation, including the necessary being, isn't it? Or necessary.
Yeah. So and like you'd say, like the act, right? So, but then the thing is, and not everybody agrees with that. So the idea is, for the stronger Leibnizian PSR, the explanation must entail, like it deductively entails the explanation, right? It deductively entails what it explains, right? The cause deductively entails the effect, or the explanation deductively explains, the whatever effect it's explaining. And in that sense, if it really does deductively entail it, well, then everything's necessary, right? And nothing is contingent. Well, then on the weaker one, well, then you have a non-necessitating explanation, right? So you have an explanation that is satisfactory and sufficient, but it doesn't necessitate what it's explaining. So an example I normally give is, so you see me walking around in a mall, just lost, looking for a place to go, and you're like, hey, what are you doing here? And I'm like, well, I'm hungry, so I came down here to get something to eat. Well, that seems like a good explanation, right? So you're okay with that explanation, but then it's not like the explanation necessitates its effect, right? So I could have been hungry and just eaten something at home, or starved myself to death, or whatever. I mean, there could have been many different outcomes, right? So it's an explanation, but it doesn't deductively entail what it's explaining. And the reason I give this example is because agency is important here, and free will does really come into the discussion when you're talking about PSRs and contingency argument. God.
See, from our argument, from a theistic point of view, the whole idea is that the fact that the universe is contingent, and yet it requires a necessary being, and that the contingent universe could fail to exist and began to exist. For us, the best explanation would be free will, and would therefore necessitate a God as opposed to a naturalistic necessary being.
And this is something I wanted to emphasize towards the end of the discussion, but I didn't want to, because Alex already would have gave his final word, and I didn't want to come back with this point. It would have seemed like I didn't I just wanted him to have the last word, really. But then the point is that this whole dilemma of how is it that you have this necessary explanation that doesn't necessitate its outcome, or how is it that our theories are any different, right? So I have this contingent fact, so I have this natural necessary thing. Not that he committed to that, but just generally speaking broadly, if you take the opium view, I have this natural necessary thing, and you have this supernatural necessary thing. And so we have the necessary, the contingent, the necessary, the contingent. What differentiates the two? Well, and Alex was saying it's a draw. I mean, I think what he really was saying is that no, the naturalist wins because it's simpler, and you're positing this supernatural, right? And obviously, I think there are many problems with that. I touched upon a few of them. The whole idea of simplicity, I think it's really overstated sometimes, because simplicity really is a tiebreaker. And I mentioned this, in the discussion, saying that, well, so let's say so an idealist is simpler. So an idealist, only the mental exists, you know. He doesn't have to posit everything about the external world, at least compared to a dualist. Well, so you could say the monist is simpler, right? So, but then let's say a solipsist, right? So a solipsist just says, well, hey, it's just my mental states. I mean, whatever you say to try to convince me otherwise, it's just a figment of my imagination. There's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise. And I can have a ultimate theory of reality within my own mind, and that's simpler. I'm not positing any extra entities. Why do I need to do that? That's pretty simple. Just doesn't seem reasonable.
Yeah. But before because I want to get onto that point about the explanations and which one provides greater explanatory power. But he seemed to have a problem. Alex Malpass seemed to have this problem that okay, you have a proposition which is the choice, the contingent proposition. So it's a contingent proposition. And we say, okay, that choice to create, it wasn't necessary. The creator did not have to create. He says, well, that's a contingent proposition, which has no explanation. Whereas it seemed like you were saying, no, it does have an explanation. The explanation is free will. It's libertarian free will.
Yeah. And this goes back to the discussion about libertarian free will and contrastive explanation and stuff. So the idea is like whether, and I think we discussed it from two angles, right? So whether you could say that, the example I gave was, I think, so if I choose a Coke versus a chocolate cake, right? Well, I have necessary and sufficient reasons to choose the Coke. Let's say I like the chocolatey texture of the fact that the Coke is more refreshing as compared to the cake and stuff like that, and I'm thirsty, and so I go for the Coke. But then I would have also had necessary sufficient reasons, right? And I can contrast that with the cake. Like I can give it a contrastive explanation. Like I contrast the fact that it's refreshing with whatever the cake is, and then you could reverse that as well. So the cake with texture and stuff like that, and the chocolatey taste versus the Coke. So what you can have explanations, and really there's a discussion about whether libertarian free will can get away with non-contrastive explanation, right? And really, it does seem like, if anything, in our experience, seems to be this kind of primitive faculty that kind of explains itself. It's like us initiating action. I chose because I chose, regardless of whether you have reasons or not. And there are a lot of discussions on this, but it seems like from our innermost human experience, you just start off with it in your experience of the world, with this experience of free will. Even if you say it's an illusion, that's not a problem. The point is that you have direct experience of this capacity to initiate action without being compelled. Whatever causes have led to a certain choice, not necessitating the act you're going to take, and that having that sort of explanation being satisfactory is something that we have kind of direct access to.
Okay, so let me understand this then. So what you were trying to explain is, you say, look, there is something called free will. Yeah, whether free will actually exists with human beings or not is a separate point. The fact is that we have an experience of free will. The the experience of free will is that there is nothing external to the human being, or to the mind, that dictates why the human being makes the choice. It's purely his choice. So the ultimate explanation as to why he picked Coca-Cola over a chocolate cake was because he chose. That's the ultimate explanation. It's not he chose because of, his neurons prefer cake as opposed to, and then you say, well, why does his neurons? Because of the chemicals of, the electronegativity, this atom over that atom. It's nothing to do with that, because then that's deterministic. It's rather we have an experience where we talk about human beings making a choice without anything external. Now, if we have that as an experience in terms of how we arrive at free will, the concept of free will, let's say, then if we have an explanation or a proposition which says that this necessary being chose to create, Why chose? Because we don't want this, what you said before, modal collapse. So we want this idea that the universe is a contingent being, could exist, could not exist, it could exist in another way. And you have this necessary being as well, who made a contingent choice. Yeah. And that contingent choice, therefore, would now be explained what we conceive of as free will. Yeah. Meaning it came from the agent and didn't require an explanation external to the agent. That is what we're calling as free will. I don't know if Jake's there.
Yeah, and you can have
as well. Sorry, Abdulrahman, go on.
Yeah, and right, the example I gave earlier about me being the mall, right? So if we accept that non-necessitating explanations or partial explanations can be accepted, then so why did I, eat the chocolate cake? Well, because I like chocolate cake. Well, does the fact that I like chocolate cake necessitate that I'll eat it? No. So that's a non-necessitating explanation, you can say. And the idea also is that what part of what I explained as well is that so the proposition. So Abdulrahman chose to eat, or Abdulrahman ate the chocolate cake, right? So that is, well, the question is, does that have an explanation, right? Does that have a contrastive explanation, or is that a contingent fact that requires some kind of external explanation, right? And well, I was saying that yes, well, because even if you say that, well, I chose to eat it because I chose to eat it, right? So if I chose to eat the chocolate cake because I chose to eat the chocolate cake, even if we provide that kind of example, right, for the sake of argument, then it's not like nothing else needs explanation, because who the hell is Abdurrahman, and why does he exist? He's a contingent being. I mean, why does he exist? But then look at the proposition. The necessary being, I'm not going to use God to make it just clear. You can say God. So God chose to create the world. Well, then if you accept that kind of explanation, that kind of primitive, explanation about non-contrastive explanation about choices, that, well, he chose to create the world because he chose to create the world. He had reasons for it, non-necessitating reasons, but that's the explanation. But does that mean that all there is to it? And then does that also mean that we need an external explanation? No. Well, because God here is the necessary being we're positing. So the necessary being doesn't require an explanation external to himself. So the necessary being chose to create the world. That choice itself is explained sufficiently as we've discussed, and the necessary being in existence, he has to exist. So you don't need any explanation external to that. And really, the question is going to be, well, so if you can get away with this kind of explanation about a contingent fact, well, can I say that well, hey, this contingent just doesn't have an explanation? And that's really the question. And what I say sometimes is, I think I mentioned this to somebody before, that, well, there does seem to be a serious difference between, let's say, so assume like libertarian free will, and I go to a shop and I choose a Coke over a Pepsi, right? So I chose a Coke over a Pepsi, and assume we have libertarian free will, and it's this spooky non-deterministic mechanism where we're not necessitated to choose. So I chose the Coke. Well, yeah, libertarian free will might be a bit weird, but there's nothing confusing really about me choosing the Coke over the Pepsi, right? It's just, you understand totally. It's just from within your innermost human experience. It's very relatable. It seems obvious. However, on the other side, which positing some other kind of natural contingent fact that doesn't involve free will, it seems to me that you'll just have the can of Coke. You just have a can of Coke, and like, okay, so I mean, what about the can of Coke, right? So it seems to be very reasonable to say, well, the free agent, at least from our experience, chose the Coke over the Pepsi, right? But then all you have in the case of this just natural fact with no explanation is just a can of Coke, right? So there does seem to be a difference. So that's why, again, this is going to go back, and we can discuss it later, the whole simplicity thing, and right. So I mean, I can see on the basis of simplicity, Sharif, I can say that, hey, Sharif doesn't have to have a mind. I can explain. It's a bit radical, but it just kind of gets the point across. I can explain all of my interactions with Sharif and all of Sharif's behaviors without positing any mind. I'm just seeing things happening and emotions, and and I'm hearing voices. I can explain all of that without positing any kind of subjective experience to you. Simpler, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So
But yeah, it's
that's the
problematic.
gist of it.
So
Yeah.
Jake, in terms of this particular argument, because he tried to pick on you initially on this discussion of contingency, but in terms of him, because he didn't seem to at any point, I felt when Abdulrahman was talking, he never addressed Abdulrahman's point about libertarian free will. He talked about determinism, he talked about compatibilism, but he never really addressed it. The only thing that he possibly addressed was to say, well, are you trying to say that human free will is outside of universal law? It's outside of the universal causal order.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what I can add other than what Abdulrahman already said, but yeah, I don't think he's really addressed it in a significant way. And he did actually mention it at one point. It basically was trying to say, well, what is it like? Is it does it go against causality? Is it this sort of contra-causal thing? And no, theists don't think that. So that's definitely not true. But yeah, I don't really see any problem with it. I don't see how it's analogous to having the total of all of reality being completely unexplained and that it's also contingent. So I don't really see a significant analogy between the two positions. Somebody sent a super chat.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah. I don't know how to say the name. CC Roxy. Not sure, but sent a $5 super chat. The idea of a beginningless series of events seems to me to be completely illogical. How can there be a series without a first event? Yeah, so we talked about that a lot in the beginning of the episode. I'm not sure how long Roxy was listening, but yeah, we agree that it's inconceivable in that way. So I guess if you want more detail on that, you have to scroll back to the beginning. So yeah, I don't see how there's really any difficulty with the free will act. Yes, it's a contingent act. It's explained to the extent that we can explain it as theists, in that it has a partial explanation, which Malpass actually in the discussion admitted that he doesn't have a problem with partial explanations. But then he was trying to say, well, wait, see, he's trying to draw an analogy between that and the whole of reality being contingent and unexplained. Well, no, it's not the same because you don't even have a partial explanation for that whatsoever. There's really no explanation. And so I don't really see how the two theories would be on par at that point.
Okay, cool. So I think, yeah, definitely it's not on par. So I think, like I said, it just seemed like, yeah, you've got this this contingent proposition of choosing to create. Yeah, so that's fine. We don't have a problem with that. The explanation is the fact that the necessary being is a free willing agent. That's the explanation. Why did the creator choose to create, this particular world as opposed to another particular world? Well, that doesn't require a further explanation because as soon as you say it's built upon free will, that is the explanation, I think the primitive was it primitive choice you used or primitive explanation, Abdurrahman, that you used in order to explain that.
I was saying primitive faculty, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of yeah.
it's the primitive faculty, which is the fact that that agents can have free choice or free will. And, Abdurrahman, why you didn't seem to sort of ask him for his definition of libertarian free will?
Oh, yeah, because it's because of Dr. Malpass's approach, I think, to some of these discussions. I don't think he really commits on any of these points, and because I think he's like genuinely skeptical about them. So I guess that's why. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, again, that he does, and maybe in the discussion itself, he recognized the the fact that, well, our experience, or at least our perception of what seems to be a libertarian, free will, is there. It's genuine. So at least like the experiential part, I think he definitely acknowledges that. But then you're right. I mean, maybe we could have talked about his views on free will.
Okay.
I'm guessing he wouldn't take like a strong position on it, because it's one of those topics that's it can go either way.
Yeah. So the other question would be, and really quickly on this one as well, Abdulrahman, is that there's a lots of arguments that can be used to sort of indicate that the creator has a mind, chose to create. For example, indeterminate actions, the fact that the universe has a set of laws.
Yeah.
Did you
so I'm
not
not
go
sure
down
we discussed. Did we discuss that at this point? Oh, you mean this is one of the points I didn't discuss on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe I mentioned it in passing, and maybe that was later. But would that have been relevant? I think that would have been relevant more like to a stage 2 discussion, because at that point we were just concerned with the explanation part and the PSR and how it relates to libertarian free will. But then, yes, of course, in a stage 2 discussion, you'll bring in the idea of like non-deterministic, causality and obviously it'll have to do with like possible worlds and like why this, not that, contrastive explanation, and how a necessary explanation would not necessitate what it explains. I mean, that's also a very interesting point, right? Because if you have a necessary explanation, I mean, if it's necessary and sufficient, of course we'd have to like get past a few points and we'll have to grant some stuff. But then if it's necessary and sufficient for the effect, right? Then there's really a big question there about whether we have like an eternal effect, or what if it's temporal and limited, and if it could have been otherwise, which again will have a lot to do with conceivability and modal theories. But if that is the case, then there's really a lot to say about free will. Well, why this? Why not that? And why at this point? Why temporal? Why a temporal effect to an eternal cause? That's there's a lot to say there. But I don't think we got too far in the stage 2 discussion.
Yeah.
So this would have been more relevant over there. Yeah.
Personally, I didn't. Obviously knowing where the arguments are going to go, I didn't find that particularly. I don't find the argument about the necessary being chose to create, so that's a proposition which is contingent, that doesn't require an explanation. I don't find that a very appealing argument that an atheist would jump to, because that is actually the argument we use to demonstrate that it's a free willing agent. That's the argument we use to go to
I mean, so he can use it against. Yeah, so he can use it against somebody who holds to a strong PSR, right? Like a Leibnizian one. But I think even some of the proponents of a Leibnizian PSR, they have their ways out, and they will. But then it'll have a lot of implications on what free will is. And it'll get into discussions about the nature of free will.
So there was a section towards the end of the video.
We've got one more super chat here.
Go for it.
It's just a comment, and we're just putting it on the screen because it's a super chat. So I don't want Alex to be offended here. But it says Dr. Malpass is a smart guy, but it seems he does whatever he can to get out of the possibility of God, like most atheists. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
I don't know if that's true, but
I'm just putting it there.
I think Dr. Alex Malpass is really genuinely skeptical about a lot of stuff, and I mean, you know what, we can all have our biases, but I have a lot of respect for Dr. Malpass.
Okay, so Abdulrahman, you asked him the question: what does he? How does he understand contingency as opposed to necessary? Do you remember that question? And he says, the way we distinguish between first he goes, contingency has an explanation, necessary doesn't have an explanation. And he said, but how do we know whether it requires an explanation or not? And then he says, those things that are contingent are concrete things. All concrete things are contingent things. You did say that.
I think but that's the PSR he committed to. But then there's an important part a bit before that where it was about and this comes up later at the end of the discussion with Jake, whether a necessary thing, whether it makes sense to say something explains itself. It just simply means it has no explanation, right? And And that's when I was like that. Well, that seems to be a semantic point, right? That it might be more than that, but then we could go with either. So we could say that, well, a necessary thing doesn't have an explanation, or we can say it explains itself. But when we say it doesn't have an explanation, right, what we really mean is it doesn't need one, and at least that's in terms of like the necessary truth that we know of. Like I think the one we use is A equals A. So A equals A doesn't have an explanation, and I think what I mentioned, comparing that to like a contingent proposition, like the grass is green, it doesn't seem to be the case that if I say A equals A doesn't have an explanation and the grass is green doesn't have an explanation, it doesn't seem like those are on par with one another, right? Seems like there's a difference, and obviously there's the advantage of this one being just, you know, just analytic, right? But then the point here is that you could say doesn't have an explanation in two different ways. Doesn't have an explanation as in it just is something that's screaming out for an explanation and seems to be the kind of thing that calls for an explanation based on a certain PSR or based on certain our experience, but it just doesn't have one, or it seems to be a good candidate for something that doesn't need an explanation. I think those are two very different things. So that was an important point.
Yes. So on Jake, on this point, I don't know if you caught what he remembered what he said. He said that the way we identify contingent things is that they're concrete. So all concrete things are contingent. Now, from my understanding, when I was listening to that, I was thinking, well, he's not really explained why things require an explanation. He's just simply, you know, in a almost circularity type of a way, or he's just simply substituting contingent for concrete. He's saying, well, concrete things are contingent. Well, why are they contingent? He didn't really explain that. I don't know if you caught that point.
Yeah, I mean, to use that principle to say that all concrete objects are contingent. Well, why? Why do you think that? Yeah, he never really answered that question. We didn't. To be fair, I don't think we really raised it or got into it. But yeah, that is a point that I think maybe we should have gotten into.
So could he say, well, the reason why we can say all concrete things are contingent is because in the actual world, the concrete realities that we sense are all contingent?
Say that last part again.
So could he say, well, the reason why we say the reason why he believes all concrete things are contingent is because in the actual world, all the concrete things that we experience are all contingent?
Yeah, but how does he know that?
Because experience. That's what I see.
Yeah, but so it would seem that he would have to identify some property about these concrete objects that he thinks leads towards them being contingent.
Well, he sees water boiling and it required the fire beneath it, so...
I mean, it seems like what that statement would result in is just simply, I mean, obviously this is obvious, but just what it implies is that, well, there's no necessary concrete thing. And well, the whole argument, the whole contingency argument is about clearly a concrete necessity, right? And I think the problem, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, this is more, I think it's more to do with his understanding of the PSR, isn't it? Which is that he's trying to... He's trying to say that those things that require an explanation are concrete things. I'm assuming that the reason why he's saying that is because he's saying, well, in the actual world, you guys didn't go into the discussion of it, but I'm assuming it's because in the actual world, here's a line of reasoning that he could possibly take. In the actual world, we see concrete things, and the concrete things that we see require an explanation outside of themselves as to why they exist. Therefore, concrete things are the things that are contingent things. But I think the problem is, and I think you mentioned it, Abdulrahman, in the discussion about global skepticism, that if experience is the only way to determine whether something has an explanation or not, then ultimately you'll fall into global skepticism.
Yeah, I just want to address one thing real quick. Jake, are you British or American? that's a bit insulting, JSK. If you haven't heard me
That,
talk,
that seems
well,
like one of
never
those
mind.
things that should be self-explanatory, if
I
anything.
know,
Like,
man. It's necessary that I'm American. I'm not a Brit. Come on, dude. So yeah, I just
Yeah.
wanted to address it. And one other thing, real quick. Can you guys invite Matt Dillahunty?
Can he unblock us?
I don't think that's going to happen because for whatever reason, we recently found out that our Thought Adventure podcast Twitter account has been blocked by Matt Dillahunty. We're not entirely sure why. It may have something to do with what happened with Aaron Ra. I have no idea. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't see that happening anytime
But
soon.
if he wants to come on,
He's
we're
welcome.
more than
Yeah.
willing to bring him on. We'd love to have
Yeah,
him on
he's
the
welcome.
discussion here today. But yeah, so just on this global skepticism, because you can't really appeal to experience in order to justify PSR, can you?
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So I think what he would be saying, really, just to meet the challenge, because I told him, well, you need the challenge is you need an a priori way to distinguish or to know what is contingent, what has an explanation. So the thing. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. So so the problem is, so I think he would just say that. He'll say, well, a priori know that everything is contingent. That every concrete thing is contingent. Now, I mean, I don't think really he was very serious about that, because I mean, I don't think we can. I don't think that's obvious, but okay. The thing is, it leads to the problems that we were mentioning earlier, that Dr. Malpass himself mentioned about. Well, first of all, these contingent, apart from the skepticism problem, which I'm going to come to, but it leads to the idea. So if there's a finite past, which I think, if Dr. Malpass does favor a finitist, a causal finitism, which is something it just slipped my mind that I should have asked, because, well, if you do favor causal finitism, well, then how is it this infinite series of concrete things? How is that plausible? So maybe a finite series. Well, if it's a finite series, well, then there seems to be that worry that, well, that there's this initial contingent thing. Well, then how have you really explained anything in the series if there's no explanation for that first one? And I've seen Dr. Malpass himself raise his concern. I think it was in the discussion about this specifically, that, well, that's the problem with a contingent beginning, and then you have the other problem with a necessary beginning, right? So, and then if you have the infinite series, well, again, then how have you explained whatever contingent fact you want to explain right now, if it's going to regress in that way? And then there's the problem also of causal finitism and an infinite past. That's a whole other can of worms. But then I think he does favor causal finitism. Then there's the other skeptical problem, whether it really does get you out of that, right? Because it seems like it wouldn't, and I think I raised that with him in the discussion, because it doesn't. The idea is for you to rule out these skeptical scenarios where your immediate experience can be necessary, or your immediate, like a single frame of your mental states can be necessary with all the memories in it, like implanted, or just a necessary brute fact. And one of the things I didn't raise, because there's a lot of nuance on what it is to be abstract. And Jake, I might be thinking, like, I might be a bit off track here, so correct me if I'm wrong. Sharif, please correct me if I'm wrong as well. The whole, because there's a disagreement, the genuine disagreement about, like, what it is for something to be abstract, what it is for something to be concrete. Now, it seems like one of the ways of looking at one of the main features of something abstract is that it's acausal. It doesn't stand in causal relation to anything, right? So it's not a physical thing. It doesn't stand in causal relation to anything. I don't know if I can ask that question, whether, well, hey, your mental state, you're just one mental state. Well, why can't it be abstract? I think it's a weird question. But then if we're because really, what the hell are abstract things? But if we're identifying, if that's an identifying feature of abstract things, that they just don't stand in causal relations with anything, well, how do you know that this single mental state stands in causal relation to anything? How do you know it is not abstract? I don't know if there's something there, but it just really depends on how you think of abstract things. I mean, I don't think it's I don't think you can think of it in any way, but whether an experience that's non-causal, non-concrete can be abstract, I don't know. But then that again might Yeah, I don't know. So because generally we see mental, like our mental activity and stuff like that as concrete. So I don't know if there's something there.
Was there a question?
Yeah. The whole idea, yeah. So so generally,
I
okay, let me
heard
say-
everything you said, but I didn't hear a
yeah. I'm just
punchline
okay.
question.
Okay. Here's the punchline question: could a mental state be abstract? Just take like
I don't think
agent,
so.
causation, and the
No.
physical world. So it can't. It's not a candidate at all, right?
I don't think so. No.
So if we just say abstract things, if like the only feature of an abstract thing is that it doesn't stand in causal relation to anything and it's not physical, um, what is it about a mental state that cannot be abstract?
That why a mental state can't be abstract? You said
Yeah. So if all we say is it's like all if the way we
because it
define an
stands in
abstract thing,
causal relations.
yeah. But so what I'm saying is just rule that out. So to put the causal relation side out, because we're thinking of a single like solipsistic state, like a single mental state. Well, you don't really know that you're standing in causal relation to anything. That's the point. That's the point of the skeptical scenario, right? And it's not physical. Your mental state is not physical. It doesn't stand in causal relation. So how do you know it's not abstract?
You're just saying one mental state.
Yeah, but that is the idea, right? It's just one mental state. It's not a series of mental states because you don't know whether you had mental states in the past. The challenge is about like just this single solipsistic state. I think it's far fetched. I don't. This is just me just thinking off the top of my head. But I don't.
I'm a bit lost, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe I can look into that a bit further. But I just think it's about really whether there is just this blurry line between abstract and concrete when it does come to non-physical things. So I don't know about that. But yeah, so there is that. So there is the skeptical worry that I don't think his PSR gets over. And there's also the fact that, well, that doesn't really explain anything as per his own criteria, right?
I mean, the concrete is something typically, usually also in time as well. So
Yeah.
I can imagine a single mental state that's in time, but it doesn't seem like the abstract number one is in time.
But what does it mean to be in time? There needs to be change, right? I think this is going to take us down. There needs to be change, right? But how do you know there's change if you can't trust your memory? So,
well, yeah, my view is that there doesn't need to be change in order for it to be time. But yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yeah, okay, fine. So, yeah, exactly. So let's not go down that path. Sharif, we can move.
Yeah, let's move on really quickly. So I think the issue that I think in terms of he never really gave an explanation to that question you asked him, which is what makes something contingent or what makes us identify something as contingent. By just simply saying it's concrete, it doesn't really provide an explanation for that. He just simply, and I don't think you guys really pursued it. I think it would have been good if you pursued him upon that particular position of why he believed concrete things are contingent things regards to that. And I think there's a problem because I think you identified the problem to say that the PSR has to be a priori assumed, as an axiom of thought before you engage in your rational thinking or your scientific inquiry. And to me, it goes back to what Jake said earlier, which is that it seems to reduce back to conceivability, as being the only viable option to determine what's possible and therefore what requires an explanation. If it's conceivable in one particular way, then it requires an explanation. And we'll talk about that later on. Let's go to the final part because
we've got another super chat.
Super chat, go for
it. Yeah. Mr. Roxy, what are all your backgrounds in philosophy? I am impressed with all you guys. I enjoy listening to you as a non-Muslim. Yusuf's not here, actually. I didn't touch base with him again, but Yusuf and I have a bachelor's in philosophy. So that's as far as, education background goes. But then all of us, read a lot of philosophy in our own time. So that's really the extent of it. There was another
Yeah,
person here. You guys can answer if you want, but there's another guy here. He claims we're wasting time. You guys are getting nowhere. I called it all on Pascal's stream. Everything I said came to pass. So apparently he's come on the Pascal's wager stream and said that we were wasting time.
No, this brother just doesn't. He thinks philosophy is a waste of time and it can get us nowhere. None of these arguments work. He's a Muslim, but okay, he can have that view.
I was just gonna say, I'm wondering
when he came on, he said he's tapped.
Did he actually come on the stream?
On the Pascal wagers, yeah.
Okay, I don't think I was there for Pascal wager.
You were in Morocco. Yeah, no, you're
okay.
you're
right.
I wasn't there for Pascal wager, but I just want to say this to the guy: if we're wasting so much time, and you called it over a month ago now, what are you still doing here? Because you know that we're wasting time, yet you're here wasting your own time. That sounds like a contradiction, my friend.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's fine. I just want to address it. Listen, because we're here. We put out our material. You either like it or you don't. If you don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to watch. Nobody's holding you guys down to watch. Those who enjoy it, alhamdulillah. If you don't watch us. Go watch something else. Maybe watch a football match or something. I don't know.
You got to remember, Mr. Senad is a nice guy. He came on. He's a nice guy. He supports us and everything, but he just has this view that there's just no point, and there's no way to basically adjudicate between any of these different positions. That which one is right, which one's wrong. That just obviously seems to beg the question. We think that some are really wrong, some are really right. But then the point here is that in order for you to argue for that, like in order for you to provide a case for that, and in order for you to say how you rationalize your belief in God and Islam, well, you're going to be doing reasoning as well, which is not like alien to philosophy.
And we got a previous guest who's been on the show several times, Mr. Carlos Jeffers, who's an agnostic or atheist, whatever he wants to call himself. He said, definitely agree with the super chat. I've definitely learned a lot since this channel started. So there you go.
Yes, and
some people enjoy it. Some people enjoy it. Some people don't. Senad.
Yes.
I don't know what I can tell you. I mean,
and our friend Justin, of course, now known as Khalilullah. Well, we've been having philosophical discussions with him, and he, alhamdulillah, is a Muslim right now. So it works for some people. Maybe it doesn't work for you, and that's fine. I don't think any of this is necessary, by the way, in that sense. But then in the realm of like philosophy of religion and apologetics and stuff like that, where there are back and forth arguments, and some people do get affected by them. If you're interested in responding, you can look at the material and choose to respond. If you're not, then yeah, you don't have to. So yeah,
we still love you. Don't worry.
Right, let's quickly got a last couple of points that we need to sort of address the last parts of it. So, okay, finally, was there agreement towards the end of the discussion? We released, I think the brothers, there was a section at the end that seemed to where Jake said, well, we seem to be coming towards we've come to some sort of closer position. What's that all about?
Yeah. And I got to tell you guys, because I actually watched the clip, and I honestly think we didn't clip out enough. I think that it should have been clipped out a few minutes prior to it to show how we got to the point where we were. Did you want to say something, Sharif?
No, I was going to say, so in essence, you asked him the question. Well, how did you start off? Sorry, you start.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I think it's important to really see that because I don't know exactly what point we clipped out in the video, but I think it was a bit too
late.
Short. Yeah, it was too short because you don't see how I actually got Malpass to that position, which is one of the important things that I wanted to bring up. I'm almost tempted to just play a few minutes from when that happened because it coincides with what we were talking about earlier about him taking positions or playing the game, so to speak, and using objections. And I came in and I said, okay, well, hold on a second. You're saying this now. It seems to conflict with what you were saying before. Here's the contradiction. And he said, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. And he agreed that he essentially, with all due respect, contradicted himself twice. And I pointed it out, and then he had to revise. And I said, okay, well, now we're back to square one. So, okay, let's put the game playing aside. What are you actually saying? What's your actual position that you're representing? And then boom, and then we slowly went into it, and then I worked it up for the next 15, 20 minutes to when it culminated in him basically coming to the point that concrete existence is necessary. Now, what does that mean? He means to say, and we were just talking about things that are concrete, no particular, like, for example, this pen, it's not irrelevant in this case. This pen is concrete and it's also contingent, right? So is my microphone, so is my phone. They're concrete objects, and they're not necessary. They're contingent, just in case AP wanted to know. But in any case, these concrete objects, each particular one of them is contingent, but the category, or what I said, the genus, the class, the category of concreteness or concrete existence, that is necessary. That's just to say that in any possible world, at least one concrete object must exist. And the reason why he's saying that is because of his Aristotelian understanding of possible worlds, that any possible world is going to have to be branching off of the actual world. And in the actual world, concrete objects exist. Therefore, in any possible world, at least one concrete object has to exist. And so that's the point in which we came to, I said anyway, not in a total agreement, but we came closer to one another in that he's saying that concrete existence is necessary. The difference is, instead of the class in general being necessary, us Muslims or theists are specifying a particular concrete being from that set and saying that is the necessary being, and the rest of the concrete objects flow from his creation or his will, and they are all contingent.
So let me, because I might be good to actually replay that some of the particular clips. But initially,
I honestly think we should, dude.
If we have time, if you want to.
Yeah, I think we should.
We don't have to,
okay.
Yeah, we don't have to invite anybody on.
Yeah. Let me see this here. Share screen.
So 2:39, 2 hours 39.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's got to go before that. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's the original back and forth. That's when it started between you. We didn't clip it. We didn't.
No, I'm telling you, it's before that. Here, let me show you. Because here's where I start talking. Let me show you. Okay, you can see the screen. Let's play it here.
Jake, if you want to say something, I'm going to mute. But Alex, you can reply first.
Well, I think the reply is that I probably need to go and read the paper again to have it clear on. Maybe
that's fine.
Some of what you were saying then in that case.
Yeah, that's fine. So Jake, you wanted to say something. Sorry for.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the overall picture. It seems like we have an infinite amount of things in Alex's framework, all of which are contingent, and it's this kind of chain of one explaining the other. Mm-hmm. But I'm wondering if you, it seems like you're not accepting the strong PSR. I don't know if you would endorse the weak PSR, or what sort of principle are you working with, or you just don't have any principle at all?
Well,
you see that? You see why that's important? Where I started out earlier, my very first question to him is, well, wait, it seems like you're not accepting the strong PSR. Are you accepting the weak PSR? And they say, well, what principle are you actually working with? What principle, what explanatory principle are you actually endorsing? That's my first question. That's how it started out, you see, because I came in and I said, well, I didn't say it yet at that point, but it winds up coming out that the reason I'm asking is because you don't seem to be clear on what you're actually saying. You see, that's why, in my opinion, you have to start back here to really see the progression of the conversation.
Go and keep playing it then.
Yeah.
Double speed it. Not double speed it. 1.5.
Quickly about
Yeah, it's on 1.5.
Working with
Oh,
it,
okay.
you don't have any principle at all.
Well, I mean, let's just be so quite clear about it. I'm not really like saying I think this is true, but I guess I'm saying I don't see how you ruled this option out, right? Like to prevent.
See, there you go. This is what, and I'm not going to do my good friend Yusuf Ponders. I'm not going to do his thing where I pause every 5 minutes or 5 seconds. I love you, bro. But what I am going to do is I'm going to pause here to tell you. Notice his answer. His initial answer. He's scratching his head there, but his initial answer is, well, I'm not really taking a position. I'm just saying this to show that it's not impossible. You see, this is what I'm saying. You guys should have started it back here, bro.
Prevent the argument going through. You just need to have one of the various horns that were presented at the beginning still on the table, and you haven't managed to argue by elimination to the necessity of like the necessary cause version instead. So I'm not saying like I believe this is my view. I'm just saying what's wrong with this view. So it's a strong PSR view. Every contingent event strongly explains the next one. And there's just infinitely many of them. There's no stopping point. And then the classic objection to this is something like, yeah, but what explains the whole sequence? Or why this whole sequence rather than some other whole sequence? And I guess my reply was saying, well, the explanation of the whole sequence is just the conjunction of each of the elements themselves. So what explains P, it's Q. What explains Q, it's R, blah, blah, blah. So like the explanation of the whole sequence just basically is the individual explanations for each element in the sequence. Now, if that's right, then there's nothing that's not explained. Each thing is explained. Each part of the whole is explained. And if each part of the whole is explained, then the whole is explained. And I was arguing, well, I mean, I guess I was saying, look, if you think that in general, whenever you have like a set or something that's got like elements to it, that you have to have more than just the explanation of each of the individual parts to have an explanation of that whole, then I deny that principle. And here's the counterexample: me having coffee for breakfast and Caesar wearing one slipper. It's implausible to suppose that there's some third thing which explains that, apart over and above the individual explanation for my having coffee and the individual explanation for Caesar wearing one slipper. Like once you've given those two explanations, that's it. You're done. There's nothing else to say about it. Like each strong PSR is satisfied. There's no contingent thing left.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to be clear on. So then you are accepting the strong PSR in your explanation.
Well, because what I'm doing is I'm agitating against the argument. I'm saying, let's suppose the strong PSR is true, but how did you eliminate this idea that there's a never-ending sequence of explanations? Because in order for the argument to be successful, you have to eliminate all of the other options. It's an argument by elimination, right?
Yeah, I get that, but I'm asking at this point, because I'm listening for quite a while. I'm asking at this point if that's the view you obviously I'm not saying that you have to commit to it, but I'm saying is that the view that you lean towards, or are you just responding this way in virtue of the argument and you really have no confidence in strong PSR whatsoever?
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. Right.
So just Jake, you've paused it there. Sorry.
So listen what I'm doing. Yeah, listen what I'm doing. I'm saying, okay, now I've kind of pulled the mask off here, and I'm saying what's behind the mask, and you're admitting at this point that you're not really adopting the view. You're just using it for the sake of argument, sake of discussion, but you don't really hold it yourself. And I pressed him once, I pressed him twice. Now I'm pressing a third time. But what actually is your view, my brother? That's what I'm asking here. You see?
Yeah, but he also mentioned the point about he's appealing to the strong PSR. He's trying
exactly, and that's going to come up later. Yeah, go ahead.
And then he also said that he talked about how in essence, you can have an infinite regress of explanations of the individual parts. You don't need to explain the whole. You just have an infinite regress of explanation of parts. Even though exactly. He's a causal finitist.
Yeah, and exactly, and he in this exchange, he winds up abandoning that position. You see, because all previous to when I started talking, he was using that, and then it comes out clearly. He says, listen, what I'm defending is because each of the part is explained, therefore the whole is also explained. And he says, well, the common objection is no, just because the parts are explained, the whole is not explained. And then he winds up through this sequence of conversation here, he winds up saying, no, okay, that doesn't actually work. I was just using that in the discussion as the argument. Okay, now we're back to square one. So now, since that objection isn't going to work, what's your position going to wind up being? And we'll see that. But I want to keep playing, inshallah.
Invocation of the principle for the purposes of arguing against the success of this contingency argument. It's not like I believe in it myself.
So my question is then, what's your actual position on the strong PSR?
Well, I mean, so as I said in the first place, this kind of modal collapse argument makes you think that either the strong PSR is false, or everything is necessary, or, well, yeah, no, actually that's it. It's either the strong PSR is false or everything is necessary. So if I have to pick out of those two, I guess I don't think everything is necessary. I mean, I guess I reject strong PSR just because otherwise I feel like I have to accept that everything is necessary, and that seems wrong. So,
why?
If you got guns to my head, then I would pick that the strong PSR is false.
Well, why?
So note here, because Sharif, he just said that when I accused him before, are you accepting or rejecting a strong PSR? He said, well, the model I'm proposing fulfills the strong PSR because everything is being explained. Now, when I'm asking, okay, what's your actual view on a strong PSR? He's saying, well, I guess if the strong PSR leads to modal collapse, and I don't think everything is necessary, well, then between those two, I'm going to reject the strong PSR because I don't think everything is necessary. Well, now we're back to square one. What actually is going to be your position? Because before you were defending something that assumed the strong PSR. You see? So, and I bring this out in the discussion here. So let's continue.
Why is that? Given what you've just said, the explanation you gave seemed to affirm the strong PSR, and yet everything is contingent, not everything is necessary.
Well, I mean, okay, that's fair. So I suppose there's another kind of dimension to the strong PSR. The first one is that explanation is necessitating. Okay, what's the right way to put this then? So then, yeah, so I suppose what I'm saying is, if you think that, okay, so here's another way to put this, right? Okay, let me try and be a bit more explicit about it. I guess what I'm saying on this Humean view, that there's a never-ending or never-beginning sequence of contingent events, each one explains the next, is that you do just say there's no explanation of the totality of contingent reality. That's just unexplained. But you deny that what I was trying to do is sort of deny that the original motivation pushes you to that second claim that you have to explain the whole of contingent reality. But let's suppose. So I suppose what I'm saying is that the strongest version of the PSR has both of the explanations entailment and the whole of contingent reality has that type of explanation. Now, that if you hold both of those things, then you get this Van Inwagen argument, which is effectively that suppose within this like shape here, a circle or something I'm drawing, has the whole of contingent reality, and absolutely every contingent fact, right, is contained within this area. Now, if that has a necessitating explanation for it, then it can't be from a contingent thing. It has to be from a necessary thing, because we just said every contingent thing is within this area, and also self-explanation seems incoherent, right? So I guess that's another aspect of this. I'm assuming self-explanation is incoherent, but that seems pretty obvious. Well, then it follows that the explanation must be necessary. If explanation is necessitation relation, then because every consequence of a necessary fact is
Alex, maybe you can clarify before you carry on. Maybe clarify that last point, because it seems like the.
Now I want to point out. Notice what he did there. When I pressed him on the strong PSR, what did he wind up saying? He wound up getting rid of that argument, the Humean argument, because he said, well, I guess I was trying to avoid the conclusion that the whole is not explained. But then he wound up admitting, well, yes, I guess on the Humean view, the whole is left unexplained. You see what I'm saying, Sharif? Because because he explicitly said that. He said he was saying, well, the whole is explained. Now, when I'm pressing him on his modal theory, he's admitting that the whole is not explained. And so now he's admitting that, well, because I don't want to say everything is necessary, the whole is contingent and that's unexplained. And then, well, that causes the problem. Well, now you have this contingent fact, which is all of reality that is left unexplained, which is what I start questioning in a bit.
Infinite series of contingent things. It seems like that's a self-explanation. At least when I'm asking why do contingent things exist.
Well, no, but here's the point that I'm confused about. So it seems like you said two different things, right? And that's why I introduced this third option. on the one hand, it seemed like you were trying to say, well, there is no such thing as the conjunction of everything, of all the parts. You know, they are explained by the individual members, right? But then on the other hand, when I'm asking for your view and you bring this point up, I said, well, it seems like you're affirming the strong PSR and everything is explained. But then you say, well, wait, let me think about that more. No, actually, the thing which is a totality is unexplained over and against others. So it seemed like you slid back and forth, kind of.
I think that's fair enough. I think that I may have been.
So no, that's fine. I guess I'm saying, which one are you really going with at this point? Just so I can understand what the theory is, because they're two different theories, right? I mean,
yeah. Okay. So I think what I was doing in the first place was like playing the game of like, what do I think? Like, what's going on? What's the analysis, a fruitful analysis of the.
So you see what's happened. In real time, folks, and you guys, you know, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but you guys got to pay attention. When you're in these type of conversations, you have to really focus and listen to what people are saying. What I did was I recapped everything that he had said, pointed out why there were contradictory statements or statements and positions in which what he said conflicted with his other statement. And then listen to what he said. He said, okay, you're right, Jake. That's fair enough. Because I said, it seems like you're sliding back and forth between two contradictory views that both can't be correct because they're opposed to one another. So, well, yeah, I guess that's fair enough. And then he admits, well, yeah, it's just because I was playing the game, you see? And then he goes on, now he has to revise and say something different because we got rid of the game, so to speak. You see? So this is the things that I think were left out of the video that needed to be included. So I'm going to have to talk to the Amir after this and sit him down. But seriously, though, because this was a development that was important into leading up to how we got there. It never would have happened if I didn't press on this.
Carry on.
Yeah.
The argument. Now, secondly, you're saying to me, what do you actually think? So I think it's slightly different questions, and it's reasonable to ask that second question. And I think now I'm focusing on that second question rather than the first one. It's reasonable because it's bringing out something that I hadn't really spent enough time explaining the first time around. So fair enough. So the first time around, I was saying, well, look, I dispute the requirement for this like additional explanation or something. But I think it's fair enough if I'm picking a view, to be honest, about like, yeah, I guess what happens is on that view I was explaining, you do just have to say that we're just not endorsing the requirement for an overall explanation. But
there you go. So listen to what he said. He said, look, if I'm going to take the view, I should be honest to now admit that on that theory, the whole is actually not being explained. Now that is a serious concession, because prior to that, he was using the Humean objection in which the whole was not explained and saying that that is a sufficient response to the contingency argument. Now, when we said, okay, well, what are you really holding? And there seemed to be a conflict between them. Well, now he's saying, well, yeah, if for honesty's sake, not to say he was being dishonest before, but for honesty's sake, I have to admit now on that position, if you hold it, the whole is ultimately left unexplained. And so now the PSR is being violated because you have the whole set of contingent reality, which is being left unexplained. And he said, for honesty's sake, I have to admit that now. But I'm saying, and again, I'm not saying that Alex was dishonest, don't get me wrong. But what I am saying, if I had not come in at that point and pressed on it to try to get down to these answers, that would have never come out. He would have stayed with that position, and assuming the audience would have watched and said, okay, well, they didn't rebut the Humean objection. Now we've rebutted it, and he has to admit at the fundamental layer, you're left with a contingent fact, which is totally left unexplained.
The reason why I reject the strongest possible PSR is because if you include that requirement to explain all of contingent reality, absolutely everything, with an entailment relation, then the Van Inwagen argument shows you that the thing doing the explaining has to be necessary, because the thing being explained is all of contingent reality. The only thing left is necessary. And if the explanation relation is a necessitation relation, then it follows logically that that there is no contingent reality at all, because the logical consequences of necessary truths are themselves necessary. There's no contingent logical consequence of a necessary truth. And so that is the most strong version of modal collapse that you get. And now the way out of that is to suppose that there's some contingent thing that's not explained by the PSR, the very strongest PSR, or that everything is necessary, or that the strongest version of the PSR is false. And I just don't see that you can chart a course between those. So do you follow that chain of reasoning?
Yeah, I do. But so now what I'm saying is now we're back to the two options instead of this other third option in which everything is contingent and everything is explained. Now we're back to, well, there's something that's fundamentally contingent that isn't explained, or everything is necessary. That's kind of where we're at now. That's so. But then I go back to my original question: what sort?
So that
see how I broke it down in real time, because before he was proposing a third option in which he accepts the strong PSR, all contingent things are explained. Now, because I've pushed him on this, no, he's eliminating that thing which he had been defending the whole time as the option, and now he's left with two options. Either everything is necessary, or everything is contingent, and there is a contingency which is unexplained, which is the conjunction of all contingent facts. And now he's taking that as his position and saying, yeah, at the ultimate level, we're left with something unexplained, where before he was defending a third position, which has now been removed. You see? That it's extremely significant, because he was defending that third option, which now he has abandoned in the course of 5-10 minutes. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is a big deal in the conversation here, because he had to pivot to move to a different point. But if I had never done this, we would have never got to, oh, wait, Alex, you were defending another view before. Now you're saying that one is no good, by the way. And now there are these two other views, and I'm picking a new one out of those. See?
Yeah. So go on, keep playing it.
So what I find, the exact same thing that I'm saying right now is what I said at the time when the video is taking place. You see? So anyway, here we go.
Sort of explanatory principle are you dealing with? Because if you're at that point, if you're not accepting because you're saying, well, if I have those two options, the one of everything being necessary just seems more absurd than the other option.
Yeah.
So it seems like you're leaning more towards that one, which then would entail a rejection of the strong PSR, which then goes back to my original question: what explanatory principle would you be operating with?
Well, I mean, if you have to have something that's contingent, that's not explained in that strong necessitation way, the view I was advocating a moment ago, which is a beginningless chain, at least has the virtue that every individual thing is explained. If you have to have something that's not explained, it's really just, I mean, like I said, I can offer you something as a commiseration. You can't have a proper explanation of the whole of contingent reality, but what you can have is the conjunction of all of the contingent things. So in a way, you do explain everything. It's not like something's popping into existence out of nothing, right? Some brute contingency that just starts a new chain or something, which arguably is what happens on the libertarian view anyway. So at least I'm saying everything has a kind of proper, strong explanation. If you want that, if you like that type of thing, here's a view for you, right? It's just the way you escape modal collapse is the whole of contingent reality, that whole sequence doesn't itself have a necessitating explanation. If it did, then actually you'd have modal collapse again. So you have to, something has to give to avoid modal collapse. You can embrace a weaker necessitation relation, so not the strong PSR, or you can say something contingent exists that's not explained by that. You could pick a specific contingent proposition and just say that that's not explained, but it explains everything else. Or you could do the thing that I was saying, which is no individual contingent proposition is unexplained, but the entire chain is, in a sense, unexplained. But I give you an offering on that view, which is that conjunction of all of the individual explanations. It seems to me it's a pretty good deal. Gets you the best balance of all of those considerations.
Yeah, but
so now listen to what he's saying. He's giving an offering, and he's being quite modest. And the reason is because now I said, okay, now we're back to square one. If you're taking, are you actually, since we eliminated that other view, which you were holding to before, are you taking the view now in which every contingent thing individually is explained by some other contingent thing, but the whole of contingent reality is left unexplained? Well, if you're taking that view, then now no longer are you defending a strong PSR, because it's not consistent with your current view. So I pointed that out and I said, well, if that's the case, then what is your explanatory principle that you're working with now? Because that would then have to be, the position he's holding to now would have to be a rejection of the strong PSR. You see? And then that's why he's explaining, okay, well, here's what my view is. It's an offering. Yes, I have to admit, I can't explain everything on this view, but I'm explaining mostly everything except for the whole of contingent reality. I'm just explaining to the audience how the back and forth is working.
Yeah, but then it seems that there are two things that I don't think the theory really deals with. I mean, the old famous question of why is there something rather than nothing? It doesn't explain why things exist rather than nothing at all. And it also doesn't explain why the actual world rather than another possible world. So those two questions seem to me to be left unanswered.
Okay, but then, I mean, let's do a comparison then. I mean, because, no view is completely invulnerable to any problem, but the real thing is, do
yeah, I'm just doing an analysis. That's all. I'm just trying to say what are we left with on each theory and view. That's all.
I get it. But what I'm saying is, are those considerations?
So again, he's saying no view is not vulnerable to any sort of critique or whatsoever, because now he's admitting, okay, I couldn't defend that view anymore. So, and here's what I'm defending now. And yeah, it is left with a problem. Ultimately, the strong PSR is not being fulfilled. Not even, I would argue, not even a modified version of the strong PSR, because you have this, all of contingent reality as a whole is being left totally unexplained. There's not even a partial explanation for the totality of contingent reality. And that's when I bring up the point, well, why this totality of contingent reality instead of another possible world with a different set of contingent reality? And then he goes into, at this point, now trying to critique our view, because he tries to go on the front foot now all of a sudden and critique our view and say, now, okay, but now we're kind of even, and yours doesn't have some greater explanatory power or simplicity than mine. That's basically where he tries to go now.
Considerations are better explained on your theory than mine, for instance. And if they're equal on both theories, then they don't help us tell between the theories, right? Like, arguably, no theory explains away solipsism completely, but that doesn't, solipsism doesn't help tell which theory is true, right? Because it affects every theory the same way. So it's just, it's a problem for everybody. So if this was a problem for both of us, then, so what, right? If it's a problem for me, but not a problem for you, then good, it helps you and it hurts me. So let's see if it's one of those, right? Is it a problem for everyone, or is it just a problem for me? So, I mean, you're saying that on this view where there's an infinite sequence of contingent things, it doesn't explain why there's something rather than nothing. Well, what's the explanation of why there's something rather than nothing on your view?
Because there's a necessary being that exists in all possible worlds.
Could he have not made up anything at all?
But he would always still be something. So there would be something that always exists.
So you think there's a necessary?
Because I think God is necessary. So I'm saying, assuming that we go with the option that there's something that's necessary, so God is necessary and exists in all possible worlds, that would explain why there's something rather than nothing at all. And then also the second point of why there's the actual world over another possible world is explained by God's action, which I know we went through the whole thing about libertarian free will and all of that, those issues, but I still think that theory overall has more explanatory power and strength than the view that doesn't explain why there's something at all rather than nothing, and also doesn't really do anything to help understand or explain why the actual world over another possible world.
Okay, so on your view, the reason, so I'm not sure if this helps you in any way, right? So unless you think that, because I think necessary truths don't have any explanation, right? Like, why is 1 + 1 = 2? There's no explanation, not in the terms we were talking about a moment ago, where like you state the prior condition that necessitates that thing coming about. Like, why did I have coffee rather than tea, or why did this ball roll down the hill, or something like what we're doing when we give that type of explanation is we're stating prior conditions that necessitate the thing we're trying to explain, right? But if I talk about a necessary truth, then because they're independent of any conditions obtaining, that you can't give a condition that necessitates it, right? It's necessary even if that thing didn't happen for everything. Right, now, maybe there's a concrete thing that exists necessarily. I don't think so, but it's your hypothesis, so let's run it and see what happens. If necessary truths don't have any explanations, then nothing explains why that thing exists. And you were telling me that this is a part of your theory, which is better than mine, specifically on the question of why something exists rather than nothing. But your answer was because a necessary being exists. That doesn't have any explanation. So how is that better than me saying, well, concrete contingent things happen, and I offered you some kind of explanation for it, but you didn't like it. But I mean, your alternative is just to postulate some necessary truth, which kind of by definition doesn't have any explanation at all. I don't see how that does better. The question, why is there something rather than nothing? Because a thing exists for which there's no explanation why it exists. That's not a good explanation. That's no explanation at all, right? So that's why I don't think that explanation works. It's not an explanation, just positing a necessary being. Even if it's true that it exists, nothing explains why that exists. So therefore, nothing explains ultimately why there's something rather than nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think.
So at this point, he's saying, well, look, you have a necessary being, which there's no explanation for the necessary being. And I have this contingent set of all reality, which there's no explanation. So somehow they're on par. Well, no, they're not on par. To say that you have a brute contingency and that I have a brute necessity and say that they're on par, well, no, it's not. Because the type of thing that is necessary doesn't call for an explanation outside of itself. You don't seek to go and find why 1 + 1 = 2, but you do seek to find out why the grass is green or the sky is blue or clouds are generally white. So it's not on par. And Abdul brings this up later on to say that positing a brute contingency and something that is necessary to say that they're on par is not correct.
Yeah, I think Jake also, I think he sort of takes what you said sort of literally when he said why is there something as opposed to nothing, and then he's taken that to the literal sense to say, well, okay, saying that there's saying that something has to exist doesn't have an explanation as to why something exists as opposed to it doesn't exist. Do you see what I mean? His
Yeah,
sort of,
I see what you're saying.
but he's got a very but what you're trying to say is why does something exist as opposed to nothing? Can nothing exist? Can there be a no thing? Yeah.
And then that's when now we're going to pivot to where he admits that no, that can't be the case, that nothing exists.
So that so the
I just want to say that the whole why is there something rather than nothing, I think Sharif, you're right, because it's basically asking why contingent things exist. Really, I mean, if you take into consideration what we already agreed on with Alex, that well, the necessary things or propositions, they don't have explanations, and we kind of emphasize a few times that they don't. What we think is that they don't have explanations in the sense that they don't need explanations, which would be in a way that's sort of analogous to like analytic truths, although obviously not completely
but
the
that's
same,
the
can be
difference,
expressed in the same way. Yeah, that's a clear difference, exactly.
Because
so
it's not positing that something necessary exists and there's no explanation of that necessary thing outside of itself, and a brute contingency like the grass is green, as you mentioned, they're not the same thing. How are they on par?
Yeah. So if you put it in terms of propositions, right? So put it in terms of propositions and ask the same question. Well, why are these propositions true rather than not true, or whatever, however you want to put it? Well, clearly you're not going to be asking this question about like why is A equals A, or why 1 + 1 = 2. You're not really asking that about those. You're asking about the contingent propositions like why the grass is green and why the sky is blue and all that other stuff. But then the whole thing is, the idea here is that, well, can there be something concrete that's in an analogous way to like these analytic truths, not in need of an explanation? Can we provide any account, intuitive or otherwise, about what qualifies this concrete necessity to be similar in that sense? Like, however we can explain it, that it does not need an explanation. And even Proust mentions this. I mentioned it to Alex, that Proust, in one of his papers, he mentions that, well, the necessary being must have an ontological account for its existence, even if we are not up for providing it. I mean, obviously, he has much more to say about that. But the point is that, well, there must be some distinguishing factor. I think that's more reasonable to say than there's nothing at all. And just one final point, and Jake, I don't know if you want to touch upon this, Jake and Sharif. Well, there does seem to be, like, James Anderson's argument, and Alex is very familiar with it, and yet he responded to it, and he had a discussion with him, does seem to show that if we accept certain premises in that argument about the nature of propositions, and mental states and stuff like that, and their intentionality, then it does seem to be reasonable to posit some kind of mind that doesn't require an explanation. It's the grounding of necessary truth. So it would almost, like, if that argument works, of course, it would be like 1 + 1 = true being a necessary truth, kind of like it just entails that it's grounded in that, and then you wouldn't need an explanation. I mean, well, if it's always true and you don't need an external explanation for why 1 + 1 = 2, well, then whatever grounds it'll be the same thing. And if it's a mind, then we can say that about it.
Yeah, well, that's why right now, once I play the video at this point, and he thinks, he makes a comment like, are you running or something? I pivot back to the discussion which you just mentioned about necessary abstract objects to try to further this line that I'm going through at the moment, instead of trying to get into the nitty gritty, going back and forth about a fundamental contingency that is brute and unexplained versus something necessary that doesn't require an explanation outside of itself. And so that's why at that point I pivot back to where I wanted to go.
So I think there's two things, isn't it? The first thing is that when you said why is there something as opposed to nothing, what you were basically saying, or one way of understanding that question is why is there contingent things as opposed to non-contingent things? Is that one way of understanding it?
Yeah.
And
right.
another way.
I mean that's what it like kind of adds up to at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the second thing would be is to say, well, can you have nothing? Why is there something? Well, you can't have nothing, so there must be something. You can't have a philosophical nothing. Yeah. Now, what accounts for a something then? If you can't have, it wouldn't be a contingent reality; it would be a necessary reality. You'd have to posit at least a necessary reality in order to explain why you've got these contingent realities. Because Alex is not going to accept modal collapse. Now, so it seems like when Alex started to bring up his contentions to you, Jake, at this moment, he seemed like he was just being semantical and hyperliteral on the
I think at this exchange,
or polemical.
I think at this point in the exchange, he was bringing up a point, and that's why I kind of sidestepped it and went back because I wanted to go back to the main point.
Yeah,
I think it was trying to bring up a side point here.
I kind of want to go on to a different topic.
Too much tonnage. I'm trying to run away to it.
No, because I think it's related to what I want to say, because I think you do believe in necessary things. That
you see, he said, "Oh, why are you trying to run away?" No, I'm trying to get back to the main point that I think Alex was trying to sidestep.
Exist in all possible worlds, based on your conversation with James Anderson and your understanding of Platonism. So
sure, those are abstract things, not concrete things.
Yes, right. So those are abstract things. So do you think it's possible for those abstract things to exist apart from the actual world or any other concrete existence?
I think, the existence of abstract things is independent of the existence of any concrete things. Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys are there. Oh, there's Sharif. Notice how he answers my question first. Let me just play back the last 10 seconds.
Abstract things to yes, right. So those are abstract things. So do you think it's possible for those abstract things to exist apart from the actual world or any other concrete existence?
I think, the existence of abstract things is independent of the existence of any concrete things. Yeah.
So notice what he said. He first answers the question with yes. I think the existence of abstract things can exist independently of any concrete things, meaning to say that there could be a possible world in which no concrete objects exist and only abstract objects exist. But I knew that he couldn't hold that position based on the Aristotelianism that he already had committed to in the conversation. So now I'm pointing out a contradiction between his previously held Platonist position and hence what he's answering here and what he's representing in the conversation with the Aristotelian position. So now I re-asked the question a second time because I'm saying, well, hold on a second. Those things both can't go together. So now this is what he answers it differently.
Right. So then in that case, there's a possible world in which only abstract necessary things exist and no concrete, nothing concrete exists.
Okay, sure. I mean,
okay.
So again, I ask again in a different way. So there's a possible world in which necessary abstract objects exist, but no concrete objects exist. And he says, yeah, a second time. But then it seems like now he's going to reverse course.
I'm playing the game a bit.
Well, I'm just wondering.
So there you go again. I'm playing the game a bit. You're playing the game a bit, mate. See, I know the game. And that's why. What do? I don't settle. I go back and mention it again.
On an Aristotelian view, where there's no beginning to time, every possible world overlaps with the actual world. So, I mean, unless the actual world at no point contains any concrete things, then there isn't a possible world where at no point is there a concrete thing. Like if there's some concrete thing at some point in the actual world, then it's not possible. There's an entirely empty world, no concrete things in it. But
so then that's my point. Is then that means that something concrete is necessary.
So here's what I said. So then now the third time when he's answering a question, first time he said no twice because of the his Platonist view. Now because he's representing an Aristotelian view in which abstract objects like 1 + 1 = 2 don't exist as like a floating abstract thing out in space or something. He's not representing Platonism. He's representing Aristotelianism, in which those abstract things can only exist if they are exemplified in a particular concrete object. And then the mind is what abstracts it from those concrete particulars. So now the third time around, he has to say, well, no, actually, on an Aristotelian view, which, by the way, I've been representing in this whole conversation, I can't actually say that. I have to say that no, there is no possible world in which no concrete objects exist. And so now I say, well, then that means you're committed to concrete existence. And then he's thinking about it.
Huh. I mean,
Jake, can you just remove the live chat?
It doesn't.
Remove the live chat on the video you're playing, if you can.
I don't know how. I have no idea how.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah.
I don't have to hope that there is, but yeah, I think that's right. On the Aristotelian view, that's right. That there couldn't be an empty world unless the actual world is an empty world.
Right, but then if that's the case, then now you have something necessary that's concrete, and now we go all the way back to step one, in which your theory is now radically different.
No.
You have something concrete.
I don't have that there's a necessary concrete thing, but I think it's necessary that there's something concrete. But each of those things could be contingent. It's just that there couldn't be no concrete things. Right, but it doesn't mean there is one concrete thing that's necessary. It just
not individual, but
concrete thing exists.
Yeah, but the genus. I'm saying. So when we're talking
first thing or something, what do you mean by the genus? What do you mean the type?
Yeah, the category of concrete.
Oh,
so
something
the category
concrete.
of something being concrete, that's necessary.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that therefore you're forced into a particular molecule or a pen.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying that. But the category of concrete existence would then be necessary.
Yeah. Okay. And that's compatible with me saying every concrete thing contingently exists. Yeah.
Right. But now, to me, it seems like you're getting a bit closer to the view that we're trying to represent.
Maybe a little bit, but I'm not sure that it's significantly closer because.
So that I think will do it for unless you guys wanted to add anything. I think that'll do it for sharing on the video. But now we see how I got to that point where now he's saying that, and now this is the relevant difference, that the category or the class, the set of concrete existence is necessary on his view. Our view is no, all concrete objects are, besides God, are contingent. So he has the class or the genus of concrete existence is necessary, which means to say that in any possible world, something concrete must exist. We say, no, you need to go further. The problem is you have a set or type of which is concrete, which is necessary. We say, no, there's a particular being that is concrete, which is necessary. And hence why I said, well, now you're getting closer to our view, because before you were radically representing this Humean view in which everything is contingent and each thing is explained by this. And then we saw the problems with that and went boom, 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 developing all the way down up until this point. But then the fallout of this is, and I don't know what Alex's position is going to be, because due to his prior commitment or leaning towards causal finitism, if concrete existence is necessary and eternal, meaning that it always exists, and the definition of something concrete is that it stands in causal relations, how is he going to navigate that with causal finitism and put those two views together? Now, I don't think we did a good enough job of putting that forward after this point in the conversation, but I think that is an open question left for Alex at this point.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking exactly the same thing at that point, because if he's saying that each individual particular is contingent, but the class is going to be necessary, meaning there always has to be something that's exists. There's always a contingent thing that has to exist. Then
he's a contingent concrete thing.
Yeah, then he's basically falling into some sort of causal finitism, Oh, so yeah, infinite regress.
Yeah, causal infinitism. Yeah, because
Yeah,
yeah.
there's also an important point, because Jake, you mentioned that he's coming closer to our position, and I think it's also it's also very close to one of the interpretations of the Taymian views, Ibn Taymiyyah's views about the the necessity of the genus of like material things, right? Which it's in a way similar. It's not exact, but then you have that necessary category where no individual thing is is actually like modally necessary, and then you have God as an explanation that accounts for like all of it, but it's just necessitated by God's nature. So I mean, I think even like on that view, like still like the that could still be very close to a theistic picture. Obviously, on certain there's more needed, but I'm just saying that Taymian account or certain interpretation of it looks very similar to what's being described here.
Okay, so the final, the final question-ish is that he actually there's a bit at the end, isn't it? We probably need to play it because he sort of says that we're on equal grounds, didn't he? At the end, is that right?
Yeah, so he says you have two theories here, and he says that I have something necessary and something contingent.
I know Jake's gone off camera, but I don't know if Jake can. Is it right at the end? Right at the end of the video?
It's kind of right after this, yeah. But that's basically the gist of what he said. He says you got two theories. Well, we got a necessary thing or necessary category and contingent things, and my theory assumes less, so my theory is simpler.
But then at the very end, he actually says, "Well, it's a tie."
It's a tie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
I expect it to be a win if it's significantly simpler in the sense that it's.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying, Abdul. But that was 20 minutes later, so he went from then at that point saying, "Okay, well, here's where I'm at now. We're about even, but my theory's simpler, so it's better." But then his final statement was, "Okay, we're at a tie." Which means if your theory was to be preferred because it's simpler, well, now you're not really saying that anymore. You're saying it's a tie, and
that's agnosticism.
I think that can't be the case because you obviously prefer your position over ours, and so therefore there's a conflict with you even saying that it's a tie, and also, and I'm just going to say this: I think that Alex in the discussion, especially towards that latter part that we were playing and a little before when Abdul was talking to him and a little after when Abdul was talking to him again, I think in that part there, I think he was a bit surprised in that because I wouldn't back down and I was trying to really force him to commit to make statements, and I don't think he's generally used to that. I think he said some things that he normally wouldn't have said because I haven't seen either in his writing or in other places him make similar statements. It was almost as if he was kind of forced to take positions. And in light of that, it caused problems based on what he had said earlier in the conversation. And so at this point, I think you would radically have to revise what he said earlier. And I mean, we've talked about it before, where he could go from here. Maybe Abdul and Sharif, you guys can say a little bit more about that. But I think that as he stands now, there is a tension between the various positions that he holds. And he's going to have to try to make it work some way for internal consistency. And it's just a matter of what's going to give at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think he should take like the Oppian, model of the way he deals with these questions, and he commits to that kind of position. But then, so I think the whole idea about like simplicity and then what it's being a tie or not. So that assumes a lot of stuff, of course. So it assumes the idea we spoke about earlier about like explanations and like just necessary things simply not having explanations, and like nothing further can be said about the necessary thing versus the nuance I was trying to add to it, by saying that, well, just something necessary doesn't need an explanation, and there's sort of like possible epistemic access to
which he agreed with.
The obviousness. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he also agreed to the intuition. By the way, when I mentioned the whole limitless thing, right, or lack of arbitrary limitation, that even amongst some scientists, where they propose like models for like ultimate reality and theories for ultimate reality, they would prefer a lack of arbitrary limitations and stuff like that. And so he acknowledges the intuition generally, but then he says it's a flaky intuition. Now, I mean, whether it's flaky or not,
he challenged it.
Yeah, I mean, so you can have what I was saying is that, well, at any point in this like series of different positions we leap from, like even if we start like at like a solipsist can say, well, you have a flaky intuition about reality, and someone who's like within a certain skeptical scenario about causality in the external world we can always say there are flaky intuitions. Clearly, some are obviously more flaky than others, but the fact that limited things, things that are arbitrarily limited, require explanation seems something that's very obvious from at least an epistemic perspective, which is the path I was trying to take with him on the PSR, an epistemic route. That just seems obvious. So either you can frame it in terms of this skeptical scenario and you require this a priori principle that gets you past that, or just as an epistemic assumption you make based on what's obvious, that, well, you behave as though contingent or limited things have explanations, obviously qualifying what a contingent thing is. And I think Kuhns takes this approach in his 97 paper about the cosmological argument. And if you take that,
yeah.
So just one last thing. So if you take that like epistemic approach, even like you as if like if it's a defeasible principle, well then that's fine, because you can have like a defeasible case for God's existence. Which, I mean, what's wrong with that? Although we regard it as much stronger than that, PSR, like you can say it's a presumption of reason, it's an a priori truth. We can accept that, but I mean, for those who don't, so it can be a defeasible truth, and we just go all the way with it. And the fact, the whole flakiness of the intuition. Well, I mean, the intuition is there, and it's a means for us to be able to theoretically distinguish between contingent things that are just brute and have no explanation, or necessary things that are very in this seemingly in the same category as contingent things and just simply have no explanation, and we'll leave it at that, and everything else doesn't seem to have a satisfying explanation, as Alex acknowledges. Or we can go with that very strong intuition that we share, and well, on that basis, well, how does the simplicity part work? Because we're just taking the intuition seriously. And well, if we're just going to deny intuition altogether, then we can just draw the line anywhere else in that whole process of moving from, one epistemic state to another, and broadening your categories of what you epistemically have access to. We can, make claims to a lot of intuitions that might seem flaky, right? But if we're going to add a bit of pragmatism to the mix, well, it seems like many of these intuitions that we were talking about, that Alex does acknowledge, are reasonable intuitions that we do share. And on that basis, I don't see how simplicity would win out when you would end up with a position where you have this seemingly contingent thing or limited thing that doesn't really explain anything else, because it is brute, or it has no explanation, in the sense that it seems like it needs an explanation, but it doesn't have one. Similar to how grass is green seems to have an explanation versus A equals A doesn't seem to have one. And then, well, that doesn't explain anything that comes from within it. But then we have this direct experience of, first of all, that intuition about limitations. Second of all, agency and free will that can explain many things about this situation of a contingent reality or a temporal reality from this eternal necessary cause, where so much of our just direct innermost human experience can just relate to. It kind of also does scream out in a certain way that there seems to be an act of choice and selection here, and causelessly initiating an action non-deterministically. So I think there's a lot to be said.
Yeah. If there's a lot to be said, Abdulrahman will say it, inshallah. No, so I think, what it sounded like when he sort of accepted this sort of a necessary existence, even if he's saying it's a category as opposed to, he then tried to argue as though, well, you got posit one necessary thing with another necessary thing, or brute contingency with a necessary thing, and that they're all equal. They're all, these options are all equal to what he's trying to say. So let's break it down. He's trying to say that, in essence, it sounds like he's trying to say, on the one hand, there's a necessary natural thing compared to a necessary thing with a mind. Yeah? And that they're equal. And we're saying, no, it's not equal, because a necessary natural thing, would necessitate generally the contingent world, and you'd get this modal collapse. Yeah? If you're now going to say that this necessary thing, indeterminately created, then really the only mechanism for an indeterminate action, would be the idea of a mind. Yeah, would that be right, Abdulrahman? Yeah. So now you've got,
Then,
you're
yeah,
moving.
it seems to be a very good candidate. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're moving from necessary natural thing to necessary mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Necessary thing with a mind. So there's more explanatory power here. That we haven't talked about consciousness. We haven't talked about fixed patterns within nature, fixed patterns within causality.
Yeah.
All of these types of things.
Yeah.
These all add extra to the explanation.
So yeah, I mean, I was going to add that point, especially on like so if there's any teleological like considerations, right, about design or whatever, and then there's obviously our experience of like morality, for example. I mean, why do naturalists generally, like, genuinely, as they acknowledge, like, have a hard time grounding any kind of moral realism, even though there are attempts to do that, but clearly there's more difficulty doing that on a like materialist or naturalist view than a view where these normative facts that seem to be like they're normative, they seem to be contained within a sphere of agency and mentality. Well, then you can ground them there as well. So you can add that to the mix: morality, teleology, so many things about moral accountability and stuff like that. So many other things that you can add to the mix. Obviously, there's going to be a back and forth on those points, but the point is that there's so much more you can say. I don't see why we have to say, oh, well, it's a draw here, and simplicity, that's it. That's the end of the,
it's definitely not a draw, because at this moment in time, Alex is, and again, I'm speaking different from your perspective, but I'm speaking as the audience member. I just felt like he was just being assertive with his opinion. He wasn't really explaining, maybe because it's 3.5 hours or 3 hours in. So he was probably like, okay, he's sort of tired a little bit and he's just making his point. But he just asserted the opinion that there was no difference in explanatory power. Now, the second aspect would be brute contingency versus necessity. Now, he's trying to say, it seems like to me, is, well, you've got this being which requires an explanation but doesn't have an explanation, or is a contingent thing but doesn't have an explanation. This thing that doesn't require an explanation, what's the ontological difference between the two? Yeah, is that right? Yeah, he's saying, you're talking about contingency and you're talking about contingent being and necessary being. What's the ontological difference? Because on the face of it, it sounds like you're saying the same thing. Brute contingency, no explanation. This thing, also no explanation. And you're saying, no, hold on. There may be an ontological difference, and there would be an ontological difference between the two. One of the ways to identify the ontological differences would to say this thing, necessary thing, does not have arbitrary limits. Whereas everything that's contingent has arbitrary limits. And if it has arbitrary limits, you're going to ask the question, why those particular limits and those particular attributes as opposed to other attributes, whereas this necessary thing doesn't have arbitrary limits. Now, he might turn around and say, well, can we be, deductively, logically certain about this? You're saying, no, hold on. On the explanatory power perspective, everything that has arbitrary limits from a scientific epistemic point of view, we seek for an explanation. And in fact, based upon, our conceivability, this is how we conceive things are contingent, because they have arbitrary limits. They could have been different. We could conceive them being different. So we have a win in this column for the necessary being, as opposed to with a mind. On this particular point, comparing the contingent brute contingency with the necessary being over the contingent brute fact, in that perspective. So it just seemed like when he was trying to say either right at the end when he said it's a tie, or he's saying it doesn't give you any more explanation, it just gives you more metaphysical commitments and costs. It didn't really seem to come across that way, and it just seemed like he wasn't really engaged in a consistent process in the arguments. Then I think anyway that's the review done. Unless you brothers want to say anything else, we got Yusuf on, so maybe Yusuf.
I think we've said it all. We can go straight to Yusuf. Yusuf, assalamu alaikum. You can speak now.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Salam. Yes, we can.
Alaikum salam.
Okay. I don't know how to open off this. I do again appreciate all the analysis you put into this, and I guess let me just get straight to the meat of the topic, right? For the most part, I agree with you guys that it must be eventually a necessary being, but I guess my main contention lies in, I guess, the reasoning, especially with the infinite sequence of things. So for example, when you're saying, okay, if we count from, or I'll avoid using the word from. So like to get to the present situation,
hold on a second, brother. I want to stop you there because you have to understand that the contingency argument that we were discussing and using towards the latter part of the discussion had absolutely nothing to do with what we were discussing about earlier and the actual infinite. There were three entirely different discussions.
Yes.
So the actual infinite had nothing to do with proving God's existence in a manner that was consistent with the contingency argument. It was a totally different point.
Right. I think the infinite sequence one was it's a different point, but I believe it's used to contribute to the conclusion, is it not?
No, it's not.
That's in the Kalam cosmological argument.
So here's what I'm saying. We chose to discuss about three different topics that were not necessarily related to each other. There were some points that were overlapping, but what we discussed in the beginning about the actual infinite by successive addition or infinity in general had absolutely nothing to do with the later part of the discussion of the contingency argument. It was a separate point that Alex had written on in the past. We read his paper and we wanted to engage with it because we don't accept that an actual infinite can be formed by successive addition, but that has to do with the Kalam cosmological argument, not the contingency argument. So it's two separate things.
All right. Okay. I guess that's my main contention. That I only had a contention with that successive addition that you guys have been discussing. Can I discuss it?
Maybe you can briefly just summarize your issue.
Yusuf, what I'm saying is you can disagree with that, and we're gonna give you free time to talk. But I just wanted to be clear that was not related to the latter part of the contingency argument discussion. That's the point I just wanted to make clear before you started talking. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So like you brought up the example of like if a person successfully counts for an eternity, like he was always counting, right? And then you ask him to halt at a certain number. And in that scenario, I do believe you kind of you run into an issue. It's like, okay, what number is that person going to be at, right? I do believe, of course, there's going to be an issue there. But for some reason, when you formulate it in another way, when you say, if the person is counting down to a certain point in time, at any point in time, you ask him what number he's at, I think he can give you a particular answer. 1,000 years ago, he's going to be at a number that's a finite number. 2,000 years ago, he's going to be at a finite number. So it seems there that if you formulate it in a certain way, it seems that the issue does not.
How's that, Yusuf? How's that any different though? Because yes, sure. I mean, if we accept the arbitrariness of the time he arrived at, let's say 0 or 1 or whatever, if we accept that and look past it, then yes, then any finite time in any point in the infinite past is going to have a particular order relative to the arbitrary point that we stopped at. But then the question really is about the arbitrary point, not how you metricate that time after you selected the arbitrary point. I mean, that's
right.
right.
Yeah. I guess I think the reason why the issue is removed is that you have selected a reference, right? If you don't select that reference, if you say he's always been counting and he's been counting up, right? Then what happens? Where is the reference? It's actually, you're assuming that it's at a beginning. That's the issue. I think.
But that's very artificial, though. I mean, yes, sure, you can just arbitrarily select the reference and just assume, you got it covered, but then it's not. That's just going to be arbitrary because it just depends on what point you select as the arbitrary point that you're going to make the basically the point that identifies the ordinality of the set. So I guess that's the issue, really. So the issue remains. I mean, we're not saying that. Okay, so once you do identify an arbitrary point, yes, of course. So you can.
No, I think the question.
Backwards.
I mean, I understand. Like, why would you choose this point rather than another point? But I think that by doing the first scenario, you are choosing an impossible scenario, because then that's because like the reference is beyond the finite set, right? That is the issue. If you say there is one reference is beyond the finite set and one of them is in it, right? Obviously, you can't get from the infinite to the finite.
Yeah, but how is okay? So I think I was right earlier when I suspected that you were talking about this whole like Aristotelian potential infinite thing, maybe, because how does that deal with the issue? Because the whole issue is selecting the point, that anchor point from which you're going to make everything, the ordinality of every other point relative to it. I mean, that's you can select it and move on. Just we can pretend there's no problem. But the issue is that, well, there really does seem to be one. I mean, so I don't know how that's solved by just, I mean, it's as if we're pretending, okay, guys, let's just look past it. Let's just select a reference point in the finite past or in the present.
Then there seems to not be an issue with the notion of an eternal past. I guess you don't have to necessarily say, okay, so it works in one case and it doesn't work in another. Let's ignore it. I think then we should investigate why does it work in one case and not work in the other one.
Okay,
right?
Great. Yeah. So maybe try to help me understand why it works in the case when you arbitrarily select a point.
Because my suggestion would be like that it lies within the finite set, right? It lies within a number that you can ask, right? It doesn't. You can generalize it. Say it's x. It doesn't have to be 0, right? And say, okay, how many numbers till it reaches x, and it's going to be like x minus 1, x minus 2, right? So
but then I can still ask. See, so that x, right? I can ask the very same concern that was brought up earlier. I can just ask that question. Well, hey, why isn't x like 1,000 years ago? Because certainly there was enough time for you to reach x 1,000 years ago. So that the worry doesn't go away. It seems to persist. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. From what I want to convey, I think, is to say, well, if you consider an eternal universe, an eternal space, whatever you want to say, it actually is kind of arbitrary wherever you're going to put it, right? You're going to have to eventually select the reference point to choose from, right? If you say the universe is
so that precisely is the problem. So I don't know what you hold to, because so me personally, I mean, I am a causal finitist, right? And I don't believe the past is infinite. I know those two are slightly separate things, but the thing is, I mean, if what you're saying, I agree that you don't need to commit to that in order to write an argument for God's existence. It's definitely not required, but it just seems that there is a lot to say about that. There's a strong case to make there. And I guess, like, why not, right? But then the point here is that, well, if you're just saying that's not required, sure, and maybe you do hold to that Taimian view of perpetual creation.
See, Yusuf, there's two issues, isn't there? There's first issue is the past finite? That's the first question. And then the second question is causal finitism. Is that true? Is that necessary? Yeah, is it the only possibility? There's two separate issues. So if you have a concern about whether it's logically impossible to have an actual infinite number of events, that's one thing. Yeah. Well, that's that's a possibility. The second issue would be of causal finitism or causal infinitism. Yeah, that's the second issue. Yeah, now even Alex Malpass, according to the discussion, Abdulrahman mentioned it a couple of times. He says, well, you lean to Alex Malpass to causal finitism. He seemed to acknowledge that he does lean towards that position. That, yeah, although there may be this discussion about can you have an infinite past, an infinite timeline, that's one discussion. He leans towards this idea of causal finitism. So it's two separate issues. Not to
I think
you got to be careful not to conflate the two.
Right. I do believe I object to both. Like I would object to both of them actually. Like in the case of the causal finitism, I mean I can give you an example, like a mathematical example where okay, you don't necessarily have to start at a set point. You just at any point you can apply a rule and you can generate all the other points. There are rules for, like there are mathematical theories for this where you can just select the point. There's one rule you follow, and whatever point you start at, you can generate all the other numbers. And I guess
yeah, but is that causal finitism?
Causal what happens is whatever it's like whatever point you start at, you're going to end up with everything else. With those
I
systems.
don't think that's really causal finitism as being discussed here. Causal finitism, would be rather to do with things that are concrete objects, things that require an explanation to a previous thing or is caused by a previous thing. We're not really talking about mathematical abstract ideas, which would be slightly different.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about the concrete. So like if we take for an example, I mean I don't know a really good example for this because it tends
Grim Reaper's paradox, isn't it? That would be a good example.
I'm not entirely. I'll be honest. I'm not entirely familiar with the Grim Reaper's paradox. I'm gonna have to read up on that before I can discuss that.
No problem. That's fine. That's cool. But I think, as Jake mentioned earlier, it may seem as though they're connected, and some of these points will overlap with Alex when these guys were discussing with it. But they are separate points that were being raised.
Yes.
And I think the issue of counting down a beginningless series, for Alex, he's trying to say beginningless series can end. So he's not taking arbitrary point. He's saying it can end. You can end the count. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So he's saying that's different to a series that begins but does not end. Yeah. So he's saying that's a different scenario in that situation. And so if you're trying to say, yeah, but you can take an arbitrary position within that count, then I think that's slightly different to what Alex is trying to say, because he's trying to say you can end the count. Yeah, he's not saying you can come to an arbitrary position. But then you've got the problem that Abdulrahman's already explained and Jake explained earlier, is that what's the sufficient reason, what's the explanation as to why you're at that particular position, yeah, in that series. So let's say, for example, you're at, 1,020,000,000 point towards a zero. Yeah. So, that gap is 1,020,000,000. Well, why is it 1,020,000,000 that you've reached at that point where you've got this gap between that and zero? Because there's an order there that's taking place. And then what Abdulrahman's saying, if I understand him correctly, is that he's saying, well, unless you're saying it's purely arbitrary, there's no metric, there's no way of measuring between one point to another point. Yeah. Then it's just literally, but then if you do that, then you lose the whole power of the argument now of what you're trying to say, or what Alex was trying to say, which is about counting down and being able to end a beginningless series.
Yeah, I would like my only last input to that issue, I guess, would be it's not entirely arbitrary. You don't pick it just because of nothing. Usually, you would pick it because you have a certain type of relationship to it, right? So, like, more generally speaking, we have in aviation, for example, we set north, south, and lines of latitude to kind of like compare to, for example. It's not like completely arbitrary, and like so it's defined in relation to what like how we relate to it, I think. And in case of time, it's like a coincidental space. Like how much time until those two things coincide in a timely manner. And in space, it's like
yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. You're saying it's a relation. It's like it's a mental construct between two things. In order to understand, like, what is north, what is south, etc. But Yusuf, maybe just as a final quick point, I was going to say something, actually can't remember. So yeah, I was going to give you this example of imagining you've got an infinite number of cookies in a cookie jar, and this person, he's been eating them for beginningless time,
right.
So would there be? Would he complete the series? Would he complete the eating of all of the cookies?
Yeah, he would never complete the eating of all the cookies. Yeah.
No, but he would though, wouldn't he? If he's infinitely been taking a cookie out of the cookie jar, and there's an infinite number of cookies, there's a correspondence between every cookie with everything that he's eaten.
Yeah, my intuition is driving me to say he would continuously be eating the cookies.
Well, yeah, you could say that, but you could also say that he would have completed the task as well.
I don't think. I just think if you assume that he completed the task, I may be introducing a contradiction.
Yeah. So what Alex would say is that he would have completed the task, or he completes the task, because for every n cookie he would eat therefore the total number of cookies. Yeah, and if the cookies are infinite, then he's eaten all cookies. Yeah. The problem occurs is, can you get to a stage where you interrupt him while he's eating the cookies? If he's been endlessly eating the cookies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. You can't get to a stage where you can interrupt him. And I think that was part of the contention that Jake raised with Alex in the discussion, which is this guy who's counting down from infinity, to zero. Yeah. Could you get to a point where you interrupted his counting, or you overheard him counting, 20, 19, 18? You couldn't, because if he's been endlessly counting, he would have completed the task, and there would be no point where he wouldn't have completed the task.
Right. I definitely think there's something wrong with that phrasing of that question. Either because if he was infinitely eating the cookies, you're assuming I'm assuming either that he is now continuously eating the cookies, or that he has already completed it. So if it's just a case study,
because what you're thinking, Yusuf, is he's always infinitely eating the cookies, he's eating an endless number of cookies, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you had an infinite number of cookies, you had this jar with an infinite number of cookies, and you said, right, you have to finish the jar, and you start, you said, well, he's not going to finish the jar, because if he starts, he's never going to finish the jar. But if he didn't begin, could he have completed the task? If he never began, i.e. he was and this is the point that Jake's raised with Alex, is saying, well, when you say he didn't begin, are you equivocating that he never attempted to do it, or are you saying that he's always doing it? And if he's always counting down, then he's always counting.
Yeah. So I would rephrase it is like, if he's doing it in the present tense, right? If he's eating the cookies and is doing it ad infinitum, right? Like it's used continuously, then he'll never finish it. But if you're taking it from like a time, like a atemporal perspective, right? For every n cookie, he eats a cookie, right? Then he does finish it. In that case.
And the problem then becomes, well, can you interrupt him?
Yeah, but then I think would introduce the temporal aspect, right?
Exactly. That's the issue. That's the problem, Yusuf. That's what was raised with these guys. So then you have this problem. You either have to accept
agree with you there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with you. It's like
Cool.
it's almost like one of your podcasts with the argument for because there's motion, there has to be a mover, right?
Yeah,
That
I don't think we've ever
that
used that one, but yeah, go on. Yeah.
well, I sounded, I don't know, one of your podcasts sounded like that, but I'm on board with that idea that there's motion, there has to be a mover. So yeah, if because we are at the present moment, right? And there has been an infinite time that has right, or no, right, assuming that there could have been an infinite time that elapsed. Just because there is a present moment, we have to assume that that like there has to be something that selects this particular moment in whatever sense that is, either that there was a beginning or God specifically selected this particular instance.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, jazakallah khair, Yusuf. And I think the other arguments that have been raised, particularly at the end of the discussion, I think demonstrates that it's not the case that necessary being with a mind is equal to either a necessary being without a mind or a brute contingent fact. Yeah, I think we're trying to demonstrate that. I don't think that's the case, and I think it's more. I think personally, I just see it as people's biases that they just want to they want to explain away God, and so things like that. But anyway, jazakallah khair. I don't know if I'm not in control of who's next on, Abdulrahman.
Yeah,
Right,
thank you, Yusuf.
Walaikum
Assalamu alaikum. So we've got here last call, brother Sanad. Assalamu alaikum, Sanad.
Hello.
Hello,
Assalamu alaikum. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How are you?
Alaikum. Alhamdulillah, we're good.
Alhamdulillah. I just wanted to say, guys, I don't mean anything as an insult the way that I commented earlier. I really don't mean it like that.
Yeah, it's okay. We're not taking it as an insult. It's fine.
The only problem is if I just because I've been waiting so long on here on the link and I've been working. Just if you give me a second, because these things take time, to get going. I need to warm up a little bit, in a sense of what my actual point was.
You wanted to talk about modal collapse, right?
Yes, that's right. That's what I sent to you in the private chat. And yes, so just let me start with a little bit easier. I hope you'll give me 10 to 15 minutes. And I know you guys are tired. And,
Bro, we're gonna give you 5 minutes, inshallah.
Yeah, we don't have that much time.
We don't have. We've been going
on. So Sam, let me make it easy. You said that you want to say that the strong PSR doesn't lead to modal collapse, right?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, that's right. But I have a different starting point than everybody else. For me personally, and I think that it was Friedrich Nietzsche once who remarked, he said actually that most of the philosophy is personal, and he also said that most of the philosophy is actually fiction. Whatever he meant by that, but it gives us a little bit leeway to have our own starting points, I think, and I have no problem in having a starting point for myself personally, a revelation. For example, Quran. I prefer to use Quranic arguments instead of arguments that we just pick up, on the air.
What argument do you think we're using that's not Quranic?
They are Quranic, but I don't think you make a point that they are necessarily so. I think you guys
that's irrelevant. I mean, the person you're speaking to doesn't take the Quran as an authority, so you adding the fact that this is a Quranic argument does nothing to convince the person. So that's not the point. The point is, what arguments are we making that are not Quranic? I mean,
no. You are not. You're not making the point that your axioms are actually independent of your own mind. You see, you're trying to.
I don't understand. Maybe you can explain, Sanad, what you mean.
Yeah. Sure. You guys are trying to be on par with them. You guys are kind of submitting to their own methodology.
Who said that? Who said that? So what would you do, Senad? So if you had somebody wanted to genuinely have a discussion with you and said, listen, I don't believe in God because such and such and such are my axioms and belief, and this is my complete theory of reality. What would you do?
Well, I would identify his motivations through the way that he talks, that he explains things. And I think it's not very difficult. For example, I will take a case study of the gentleman you interviewed. You can see how he's injecting and kind of like retreating every time you pull a punch, right? Every
so
time
you would psychoanalyze them, like psychologically,
No,
right?
but Sanad, I think what it is that we're not. I don't think we're necessarily going to. We're there to try to convince the person, Alex or whoever it is that comes on. I think part of our motivation to do these types of discussions is to enlighten the audience. If the audience come to that conclusion that they see a particular, particular psychological or bias or whatever it is, and that's what the audience are going to come to the conclusion. What we want to demonstrate is, we don't want to get into a debate about his own personal motivations because people might, get upset, or question, our honesty.
But that's the core. That's the core, Sharif. That's where you need to get to. You don't understand. That is exactly where you have. You have to. Let me speak for a second.
Go on.
Sharif, you have to drive it to that point because that is the object of life and to finally establish the truth, and it's about power struggle and all of this. That's exactly what it's about. It's not just about some kind of academic discourse, okay, and then getting nowhere with this.
But we didn't say it's only about that, Sanat. We're just saying that this is part of it, and it's for the audience, and we're not necessarily trying to convince the person. A lot of people benefit from this. They tell us they benefit from it spiritually, intellectually. Some people even convert from a lot of the brothers out there in the work they're doing. So I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not beneficial. It doesn't bring people to Allah. Well, it does. Does it benefit Muslims and keep them steadfast? Some Muslims believe so.
Is this the Quranic methodology that you are doing?
So what's your point? I don't get it.
But Sanad, what you're trying to say is...
well, I would disagree. That our experience tells us otherwise.
Sanad, I think what you're trying to say is that, okay, you need to get into a deep discussion about his motivations and things like that.
That's right. That's how you change people. That is what needs to happen.
But the point here is this. The point here is this. If I want to change somebody, it's very rare that people change in these types of forums. What we're trying to do is we're trying to instill confidence into the Muslims to make them understand that actually these are atheist arguments. Yeah, these are what they say. Now, I'm not going to be here to tell you how to perceive particular people who promote these atheist arguments, but we want to show, though, is that ultimately these arguments are not that strong.
But why are you dealing with him? Why did you guys deal with this man in such a weak way? When he said to you, look, I'm going to come to the modal collapse now. When he said to you, if you have a necessary being, and then there's necessarily modal collapse because you have to say that everything else is necessary, why didn't you just affirm that? That is exactly what it is. That God's actions are necessary.
We disagree with you. We disagree with you, Sanad. We theologically disagree with you. So that's another thing that we can get into. We're not going to agree. There are different Muslim positions on this. So what do you want to say?
How do you escape the modal collapse without this? You cannot escape it. You cannot escape it.
Okay, so what was Sanad? Because we're going to end this right now. What was my response to him? Can you explain my response to him?
I have to remember right now because you're interrupting me, and
no, I don't think you understood my response to him. You see, the point here is that you're acting as if I didn't give him a response. Yeah, sure, you want to say everything's necessary.
No, you avoided it. You avoided it.
No. Okay, there you go. So you weren't following when he said that necessary existence entails modal collapse. I challenged that, but you don't know how I challenged it.
What was your response?
Listening. The point is you don't know, brother. The point is you don't know. We talked about libertarian free will and how explanation works with libertarian free will, but you're not interested in any of that, which is okay. but you're not listening. So, but if you're interested, maybe you would understand, and then you would maybe
I am
be able
interested.
to
It's
critique
very
my position.
simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. There's a necessary being with a will, and therefore, if you have a temporal, what did you say? If you have a temporal universe, then there had to be. If the necessary being had a will, then it explains the temporal universe. If it didn't have a will, it
That's
wouldn't
not the
explain
modal
because
collapse argument. That's an argument for the necessary being having mind or agency, however you want to put it. But that's not the modal collapse discussion.
He's
Then
saying
we did
modal
that.
collapse. Modal collapse. See, what it is, Sanad, is the modal collapse argument is that if God had to choose only one possible way to create, yeah, because by nature God had to choose one particular thing, then everything within the universe becomes necessary, yeah, because God could only choose one particular universe, yeah. So everything becomes necessary in that way.
That is from the outside of the argument, but why don't you accept that the only reason why we see that necessary being would have a necessary would cause necessary reality? Why don't you say it from the point of the observer? It can only make sense from the point of observer to say that. From the point
What
of
do you
God,
mean?
it
Sorry, I
doesn't.
don't understand. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. How that really addresses the argument per se. So,
Sanad, there are different positions on this, Sanad. You might adopt a different position, a theological position on it. There are people who disagree with you, and there are different discussions back and forth. What you want to do is you want to say, "Oh, look, it's my position. It's simple. Don't say anything else." Okay, you can do that, man. But then people have other positions. People benefit from other discussions. You don't benefit from them. That's okay. They're not necessary for you. But for you to impose your view on everybody and say, that's your claim. I asked you for an argument. I told you what's un-Islamic about what we're saying. You didn't say anything. What's un-Islamic about it? Can you say again? Okay, I'm giving you another chance. What is un-Islamic about what we're saying?
You don't use the Quran as a starting point.
So for you, it's only Islamic. Okay. So for you, it's only Islamic if I start. Okay, wait. For you, it's only Islamic if somebody, if I start. Okay, that's your claim. There are people who disagree with you, Sanad. Let's agree to disagree. You use that approach. May Allah give you benefit in it and success. We disagree. There are people who are more knowledgeable than you. There are scholars. There are scholars, Sanad, who disagree with you on this. So just accept the disagreement, right? Agree to disagree and move on.
Give me one example of the Prophet ﷺ using this approach. Only one.
Using what do you mean? Using what approach? So you're saying the Prophet ﷺ never spoke to anybody except with the Quran? He never reasoned with people?
No, never once like this. No,
don't say like this. Don't say like this. So is your claim, and we're going to end with this, is your claim that the Prophet ﷺ never reasoned, is it the case that he never reasoned with somebody? Is it the case that he never reasoned with a non-Muslim using anything other than the Quranic verses, the Quranic text? Is that your claim?
Is Sanad left? Sorry.
Yeah, maybe he left, or maybe somebody at the back got tired of it.
Yeah. He seemed to say, look, he didn't want to offend us. That's fine. He wanted to take 15 minutes. Well, we don't really have 15 minutes to engage in that discussion. That something about modal collapse. He wanted to say that strong PSR doesn't lead to modal collapse. I'm not sure if he really understands that. And then
he does.
And then I think he was trying to sort of say that, it wasn't Quranic, but at the beginning you said, well, what isn't Quranic? And he said, and then he said, no, you don't mention that. It would say, well, do you have to mention that it's Quranic to utilize that these are Quranic arguments? And then in the end, he sort of argued that, the Prophet never used these arguments. But if you look at the verses of Quran itself, whether that is where it criticizes the Christians who believe that Jesus and Mary are gods, and it says that they ate, meaning that they're contingent beings. This is exactly what we mean. They're limited, dependent creatures. Yeah, therefore implying that
But
his
point, Sharif, is that you have to use the verse literally. Like, you can't use the meaning or the methodology of the Quran.
Well,
And when I asked him, well, is it your claim? Obviously, he's not going to escape this. Is it your claim that the Prophet only used the Quranic text to speak to non-Muslim? Of course, he can't say that. But then he's saying it's not like this. So then again, not like what? Now specify within our discussions what specifically is against the Quran and Sunnah. Maybe there is something that is, but you just need to specify it, and we'll be happy to accept the critique. But it's just you know what it is. It's really, I don't understand all this stuff, so it's wrong. Really, that's really what it is. It's just a lot of complicated stuff back and forth. So, yeah.
You know, Abdulrahman, there's one thing I forgot to ask. I was going to ask it within the review, which I think also goes to the heart of this issue, which is, just because people have contentions against what we say, and you mentioned it in the discussion with Alex Malpass, just because people have contentions, philosophical contentions, or whatever contentions that they have, it doesn't render everything skeptical, yeah, or we just can't conclude upon anything. And Alex agreed upon that. And I think part of it is that issue, and I think. And the reason why I wanted to raise it in the review when we were discussing the review at the beginning is because what the audience has to do is, when they look at somebody who's seen as quote unquote a top atheist or whatever it is not just look at the fact that he has a contention or he has a particular response, but look at the response and see if it is compelling and convincing. And what I got when I watched the video and the original live discussion was what we understand intuitively from a fitri perspective about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's existence wasn't really challenged in that. Yeah, he had particular angles and particular critiques, but a lot of it boiled down to his critiques didn't really go to the fundamental heart of the address of the issue. Now, he may have his own particular biases or whatever it is, that's up to him, or his particular assumptions and axioms, but that's up to him. But ultimately, it didn't really come across that way. And I think that's how brothers have got to look at this issue. You're going to come across, whether it is mu'jiz of the Quran, people are going to have contentions against it, the miraculous nature of the Quran. They're going to have contentions against the prophecies of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. People are going to argue against every single position within Islam. You as a Muslim have to be able to say, irrespective of an argument against, it doesn't make it valid, or substantive or evidential for me to adopt that. So again, when it comes to the belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the rational proofs, people have arguments against it. It doesn't make it necessarily correct or valid, or on the balance of things more acceptable to adopt their position than theism.
Sharif, just a quick point, and as I mentioned to Sanad, and I mentioned so many times that nobody's saying any of this is necessary for you, right? People have different approaches, right? So I respect him having a different approach. That's fine. Nobody's saying anybody needs to study metaphysics and philosophy in order to believe in God. We believe the opposite. We believe that we have direct access through just basic human reasoning and intuition to these same facts that we arrive at using these sophisticated philosophical discussions, right? And nobody's saying you need to know any of this to believe in God. Reasonably, you can believe reasonably, and in fact, people do, right? People, they have the direct, rational access. They have the intuition, the fitrah, and everything, and that's actually what we're claiming. What we're claiming is that this intuition that we have, and this, reasoning that we have as people, generally cross-culturally throughout the ages, these are not some things that should be swept under the carpet, even through what these people are claiming through, contemporary analytic philosophy and metaphysics, as if that suddenly changed everything. And, the thousands of years of human history, we need to sweep that under the rug because suddenly, these things have become completely unfounded. we're claiming that that's nonsense. That's what we're showing. Now you don't need to show that. It's obvious, right? But some people might. So don't make the claim that having these discussions is completely useless. I find that selfish because you don't benefit from it, which is fine. I don't think you need it in the first place. But then you're just claiming that nobody needs it and nobody benefits from it. I think that's shallow and ridiculous. That's
yeah,
really
and I
all
think
have to say.
even the arguments say, well, did the Prophet ﷺ speak exactly like this? Well, there are examples, so you can show from the Sunnah, from the Sirah. Like, for example, when the Najran Christians came to the Prophet ﷺ and asked, who is Allah, what is his lineage, and about Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, whether he was the son of God. And the Prophet ﷺ responded in a particular way, and he talked about the contingent nature. Didn't use the word contingent, but obviously he talked about how he ate, how he drank, how he was tired, how to go to relieve nature. And he said, are these the properties of Jesus? Yeah, and he said yes. Or these attributes? He said yes. He goes, well, if the Son has the attributes of the Father, does the Father have these attributes? Because for them, obviously, the Father is the Father, the God. And he said no. So therefore, how can Jesus have these attributes? And then the Surah Ikhlas came down and was also revealed in relation to this particular incident. So there are examples like this, and many other examples, like the Bedouin when he saw the footprints in the sand. Always told about, if you see footprints in the sand and tracks of camels, what would you say? He said, well, a caravan would have gone by. And said, what about stars in the sky? Does this not indicate the existence of a creator? There's various examples like this, yeah, and throughout the Islamic history. But just because if there wasn't particular types of arguments used then, doesn't mean that it's invalid. For example, there wasn't arguments about evolution at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. You don't find the Prophet ﷺ talking about how humans did not evolve from ape-like creatures. Yeah. Yes, there are mentions about the nature of human beings and the fact that Adam alayhi salam was created, yeah, and didn't have any fathers and therefore didn't evolve. But the argument now about evolution, or the argument for instance, the weight of science and empiricism, have to be addressed. Yeah, and there may have not been a reality and a discourse at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, but now when people say the only thing that we can believe in is what we can scientifically prove, well, you have to address that particular argument. Now you're going to take from the well of the Quran and the Sunnah, yeah, because there's going to be some, resonance within the meanings of the verses of Quran that we can understand and we can apply today. Definitely the case, but the actual articulation of the argument may be different now because it wasn't a reality at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. So it's not just a very literalist Quran and Sunnah. What the Prophet ﷺ, how he spoke is how we speak today. The Prophet ﷺ was dealing with polytheists who believe in Al-Uzza, Lat, and Manat, but we obviously don't deal with that. We have people who believe in other types of idolatry worship, like human beings can make are sovereign and can make their own decisions and things like this. So you have to address the problems and the realities of today. Yeah. So yeah,
Definitely.
long point.
No,
Hopefully
it's needed. It's needed.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do a stream about how to do Dawah and give examples.
Yeah, we'll probably
at
do
the
that
time of the
sometime. Yeah, probably do that
give
sometime.
examples of the prophets of the past and how they did it, how they addressed,
Inshallah.
how fundamentally how they addressed the current concerns of the people at that time. So what Shu'aib alayhi salam addressed was different to what Lut alayhi salam addressed or what Ibrahim alayhi salam addressed, because they were dealing with the problem of that time. And therefore, the issue is to understand what the problem is today and address that fundamental munkarat, or evils that exist,
Exactly.
as opposed to just simply thinking that we just should be repeating the same arguments rather than taking the lessons, taking the meanings from the Quran and the Sunnah, and then being able to apply it today, so that we bring back people back to the Quran and the Sunnah.
Inshallah.
But yeah,
So yeah, I guess we're gonna end it there. Are we announcing anything about next time we're doing the episode?
I think we're doing it on morality, aren't we? Inshallah.
Morality, yeah. So next time is gonna be
Hopefully
something
we'll have
something
Yusuf
around
here as well.
something around morality, yeah, inshallah. So yeah, I guess that's that. Sharif, you can like give the closing words, I guess.
I think we've given the closing words, inshallah. Jazakallah khair for
Okay.
everybody listening. But actually, no, just really quickly, just before, it would be really good. I know it's a long stream, yeah? Maybe, maybe the first 3 hours of this stream you can watch. But if you watch this and then go back and watch the Alex Malpass discussion, you'll be in a better position to understand. For those people who are interested in these discussions and want to engage in da'wah and want to engage in discussions with people, on atheism, things like that. If you can understand this stream and then understand Alex Malpass stream, you would probably cover, the most sophisticated forms of the arguments against belief in a creator, and you'll be more equipped in terms of how to address, belief for the existence of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. So, for those people interested who want to engage in doubt, use this as a training. And as a case study to understand the arguments better, inshallah. But Jazakallah khair. And inshallah, we will go to the outro.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Well,